never played online with people, so it's just pretty much being the kiddo.
Right.
So
And
playing
we
with
are
people, it's crazy.
live.
We are live
I
behind
think
the
we're
scenes.
live. It says we're live. It says
Behind the
we're behind
curtain.
the scenes. We haven't pulled the curtain back quite yet. We're coming in at 38 hot. Not mad though. We're not mad though. But we're coming in real smoky here. I was doing some things behind the scenes.
Thanks to me.
Well, no, I had to go get my little morning nutrition in. Because if not, I'm gonna be hungry as hell throughout the show.
Send out a tweet. Gotta send out a tweet.
Yeah, I believe I did that too. I need.
Did you? I didn't see yours, so
I don't know. I didn't tag anybody else in it.
Okay.
I just threw it up. I had a little preset thing that I have.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice it was too many words. But it's all good. We are here today. And guys, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, in case you aren't aware,
what old school?
We gotta take it to the notch. You know what I mean?
Steel.
The good old pineapple flavor. You know what I'm saying?
Take me back, man. Good old NOS, man. Oh, that was the shit.
Hey, man. They say pineapple is good for a multitude of different things. Hey, guys, if you want to get right real quick and have a good night with your lady, get you some NOS. You'll be all right. Now, look, NOS, if you guys want to, throw a little support in, me and Pong would probably openly take you. I greatly appreciate you and get your energy right for this Saturday morning right here with Living Splitscreen and sponsored by NOS. I wish. I'm just prepping. I'm getting ready.
You are.
No, but we got a lot of good things to get into this week, man. A lot of smoke and a lot of different places. I heard people, now correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I did my research on it a little bit, but I haven't been able to quite validate it. Did the God of War sales, did it do 11 or 16? I was told it did 11 on PS5 and it did another 6 on PlayStation 4.
I've seen the conflicting reports too, Steel, and I don't know where that 5 is coming from. I haven't seen anything confirm that they did 60, because the official Sony Santa Monica post was 11 million for God of War.
Right.
That was the official Sony Santa Monica post. They didn't say, I would assume Sony Santa Monica would have said 16 million. That's my assumption. I could be wrong, but my assumption is they would have said 16 million had they sold 16 million between both.
Yeah, and that's
There's
what
no
I would.
reason.
That's what I would figure too. That's why it was really weird when I saw it, and I couldn't nail down anything to really, sanctify the numbers or whatever the case. Nick says 11 from what he says.
Yeah.
And look, Gene, any energy drink isn't good for you. There's a lot of things that aren't good for you out here. Eating Oreos isn't good for you. But we like to enjoy a few Oreos now and then, right? There's a lot of different things that does impact our health, and I would definitely, again.
Yep.
If I told you how often I used to drink energy drinks, I think you'd be quite proud of me, man.
Different.
Like, again, and we just got to be honest. I like being real to people. You know what I mean? I'm not some fake entity or whatever. This is me. What you see is what you get in real life, and I would be beside myself not to be honest with you and say, hey, man, like I'm not the best about my health either. You know what I mean? I like to do things to give me that boost as I've gotten older. Also, just bad habits that started from when we used to work in the restaurant business, and then doing door-to-door sales, and then doing regular sales, and then working with customers for so long. And you got to be up and ready, and your mind has to be focused, especially at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning when you have people that like to come through and try to finesse you or argue with you, or sometimes you got to be in the right mental state just to deal with people. Hey, it just is what it is. And again, it's not about judgment or nothing like that, but I do like to give you guys a little bit more of me as time progresses. But we do have a lot of the main reason I asked that question though, just because it is something else that we're going to talk about, because again, doing it by doing the same metrics that we're used to, God of War did great, right? Now as far as
fantastic.
It did fantastic, right? And we're seeing more games. That's the other thing that's unique too, is that it doesn't have to be just a God of War to hit those metrics. We've also seen other games, Elden Ring to be one of those, try to hit that top metric and everything. But there is still something to be said as far as evidence to what Jim Ryan is and crew, I should say, has come out and stated to the people that, hey, us doing it this way, isn't going to continue to work, right? You can't have a base of 120 million, for an example, and only do 5 to 10%. Within the first year of the game being out. It's not what you're looking for, especially, we've talked about this multiple times. It's not what you're looking for to continue in the gaming side of things, just because games are getting more expensive. You know, people try to always justify that $70 price tag. And again, whether you're having a good time with Forspoken right now or not, all the chatter didn't do anything for how I felt about the game. Right. I still want to play it. I still want to see it and experience it myself, because I, as a gamer, also know that there's been too many times when people have said one thing about a game and I felt completely different. Cyberpunk's that example. Kena Bridge of Spirits is that example. What is another? Outriders is another one of those examples. What's another good example, Pong? There's another one that I want to throw out there that a lot of people shit on.
Oh, you're talking about the whatchamacallit from Gearbox that we played.
Yes. And it's like, I'm always right there with the name, and right now I'm not. So I guess people could be like, see, I haven't. It's ass.
Pre-workout. No, Godfall.
Godfall, therefore. I don't think it's god awful. I don't think it's the fault of the gods or any of that.
It's still one of the best nicknames though ever.
No, it's hilarious, completely hilarious. Jacob Novik says, I want a super chat still, so hit 1K fast. Hey, we're trying to, man. 1K is definitely the goal, and then on to 3K hopefully by the end of the year. But yeah, same thing with Godfall, man. Tiny Teen is another one for sure, where it's just like, you're paying top dollar for these games, and what do you get out of it? And every time that I've played through these games again, and I'm not somebody who sits here and it's like, that's another conversation that I want to have today, is that discrimination or determination of what makes good games, right? There was a lot of good conversation going on. No, Babylon Fall was complete garbage. I had no interest in that. I don't want to play it. But that's me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Godfall was
probably
definitely
people. There's probably people that enjoy Babylon's Fall.
Maybe, but not when there was one person actively playing the game, and that was a metric. I don't know, man. Like that's really telling. But I didn't have any really genuine interest in Babylon's Fall either, so I have my own measurement with that. But Godfall, I don't think deserves all the negative press that it got. But hey, it is what it is. When you have so many other different games to play, so many different styles, you're going to get compared to your competitors or people like what you're trying to bring forth, and people are gonna draw their own judgment. I do hope we get a Godfall too. I think they have a lot of room to really grow into something gigantic. But with that being said, I wanted to have the kind of conversation with y'all because I've been kind of teasing it throughout the week, where there are people out here that feel that there are games that deserve different metrics. Right? That game shouldn't be all on one metric. That, for an example, a game like High on Life that's an 89, 90 on Metacritic shouldn't be able to be in the same breadth of like a God of War, for an example, or Horizon, for an example, or Skyrim, or any of these other games, just because of the type of game that it is. And Talos Ray says Broken was trash. Hey, Talos, and I feel that, but I'm going to let you know now, Talos, if you don't want to see any gameplay, you might not want to come back next weekend, because I'm probably going to have some gameplay ready for you. Just to be quite frank with you. I am. Hey, that's something else I got to get into also. But yeah, there's just people believing things that need to be on different metrics. We'll get into that. I'm burning up a lot of time. Pong, is there anything that you want to talk to the people about before we get started?
No, sir. Let's go. I did the irresponsible gamer thing last night that we all do from time to time. I slept through my alarm, so we are getting a late start, but we are ready to rock and roll. Steel, I am ready to get down to business. Good conversations to be had this week. Tons of gaming news. Glad to see everybody in chat. Please, I sent out a tweet. If you got a second, tweet it out.
Please.
You can share this out. Share the link out. Hit the like button. You know all that. Let everybody know that we are live. Let's get down to business, Steel, because we do have a lot of news to get into this week. So.
All right, let's get wet and wild, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to it. Oh. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when you're listening to this. I am the one and only Steel Rain, and this is Living Splitscreen. And I'm here with my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman Pong Steel, and we're here to give you some of the most live, raw, uncut, authentic, I got to bring the word back, organic gaming content that you can find anywhere on a Saturday. But shout out to our gaming circle brothers. Definitely shout out, much love to them. And might got some things working for y'all in the future, but nonetheless,
we've been hitting at that for months.
We have. We'll get it together.
Shout out to Everborn and KSI. Love those two, man.
Much love to those brothers. But again, got to drop it back to right here with Living Splitscreen. We like to take that RTS approach, and a lot of things to say about the RTS, especially Pong here, who's been knee deep in age. But if you don't know, you pull yourself out of the world, you look at the darker crevices of the map, you pull your resources together to build up that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. With that, ladies and gentlemen, not only that, but we also like to pride ourselves in taking that ECP. I know a lot of people may not be familiar with that. I just coined it here recently, and we kind of been running them with it a bit. That's that educated consumer perspective. Again, we're not lawyers, we're not CEOs, we're not any of those great things that people say that you can't speak on certain topics if you're not these things. We're gamers, we're consumers. I know between me and Pong, we got at least, 30 years of dealing with people plus customer service, sales, whatever the case may be. So we feel like we might have a little bit of that pulse when it comes to how things may go, especially something that we deeply care about as gaming. But with that said, again, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7. Everywhere where there's a search bar, I make it real easy for you guys. But I gotta introduce you to the uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, the X-Men who is not Cyclops. He might be Iceman, though. He's real cold, man. He's real cold. No, but keep it real. My guy, my brother from another, Pong. So, how you feeling,
That's right.
man?
That's right. I'm feeling good, Steel. Of course, you just heard from the Oracle of the Marchers cult for Starfield, and I am one of his prophets out here that has been spreading the 3/23/23 date. So listen, we are still Marchers as of right now, but we are going to need an announcement for that deep dive very soon to keep that alive. But I've got the faith, Steel. I've got the faith. And I think we're still going to see that. No, it's been great. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and tuning into Living Splitscreen. Whether you are live right now or whether you are listening to us from the future, thank you, each and every single one of you, for being here on this Saturday morning. We're going to have another great episode number 90. God, I love round numbers, Steel. 90, brother. We were talking about that in the DMs. Listen, man, over 300 hours of content from both of us. And again, it's been such a ride, man, to be here with you every Saturday morning. Most Saturday mornings. I mean, we're not 100%.
Yeah. I mean, we've missed a few shows, but I mean, again, for 4 hours worth of content, and we constantly, for the only show that we do, unless there's family stuff going on or anything like that, I guess real life shit happens. Again, we are real people. We're not robots. I wasn't mechanically made. Not test tube.
Are you sure? Terminator?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Can I say though, Steel? I like that you brought back the cherry blossom shirt.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah,
it's been a little something. People might not be able to see it, but I do a little something.
You're one of the dudes that can wear pink, man. I like it.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I've never been. They say nice guys wear pink, or they used to say back in the day, hey, if you wear pink, you might be a little fruity. And I never believed
that
in that.
Changed. That changed. I was at the beginning of it all when it changed. Miami Vice actually changed the idea that men couldn't wear pastels, right? Yeah. That changed everything, man. So I was back then. I was rocking the pink back in the day. That's for damn sure. But you know what? Let's get some gaming talk in here, man. What a week for me personally, gaming. You all know I warned you all. First of all, played some JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Super whatever the hell it is. Hell yeah, man. I love that game. I posted some Posted some video and some
Damn.
screenshots on Twitter.
Maybe it was your videos and shit that I've seen, but that I've
Yeah,
been seeing.
yeah.
Maybe
I love
But I don't know.
JoJo's, man. It dropped into Game Pass.
Yeah.
I haven't played JoJo's in a long time. Long time. Again, I had it back on PS3. So I miss JoJo's as a fighting franchise because I think it's unique.
It is.
JoJo anime is really unique, really unique. But I love the art style, heavy cell shading, heavy comic book style, heavy on the shadows. I love that style. I think it's cool, and so I rocked that for a while too. Also got to mention RoboQuest. RoboQuest is a game that just dropped into Game Pass this week on Game Preview. And if you guys are wondering what it's like, if you guys are looking for Gunfire Reborn, if you guys played Gunfire Reborn, which I've mentioned many times on the show, I enjoy Gunfire Reborn. It's a first-person roguelike.
Okay.
And it's very cool. RoboQuest is that same first-person roguelike type game, except it plays faster than Gunfire Reborn does. So go check it out. It's in Game Preview. They don't have achievements or anything like that attached to it yet. But it's worth a try if you're looking for something different. It needs some fine tuning on the shooting. I think for me personally, a little bit, it's not quite as accurate as I would like it to be sometimes, but I played that for maybe, I played through the tutorial.
Okay.
But I would definitely suggest everybody, it kind of got lost in the shuffle this week, Steel, with everything else, with HiFi Rush and everything else dropping in there. RoboQuest was kind of one of those ones that got lost. So go check out RoboQuest. Excellent game. I think it's got a lot of potential. It's never going to be huge by any stretch of the imagination. It is what it is, but I think it's really cool. So go check that out. And then I warned you all. I warned you all on PM to PM. I warned you all on Xbox Ultimate. I warned you all here. This is the year of RTSs returning to consoles. I warned you all you're going to be heavy in the RTS talk. So I've gotten Steel yet. We haven't gotten Steel yet. He's back on his BDO addiction, which he's going to talk about, which is cool, which is very cool. Again, I don't blame him for that. I understand completely. But I have dived head deep into Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Now that it is out, I told you all I pre-ordered the deluxe version of it. So I've got all the Civilization DLC so far that's dropped. And let me tell you something. I've been playing it both single player and been playing it with Mav, Jasper, Psychonauts jumped in with us the other night. Let me tell you something. The team behind this, shout out to everybody at Xbox that made this happen. If you guys haven't seen yet, the Metascore is sitting at like an 87 for an RTS that's 25 years old, folks. Of course, they've updated it. Of course, it looks nothing like it used to back in the day. It is an updated version, but it's not Age of Empires 4, which we're going to get later this year coming into Xbox. This game, for being 25 years old, is absolutely ridiculously good. This is, for anybody who maybe hasn't played a lot of RTSs, Halo Wars 2 was an RTS light in a lot of ways. They built it from the ground up for consoles. So Halo Wars 2 has a lot of easiness to it compared to a lot of RTSs. It's not as complex as an Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is. And it played extremely well. You all know how much I love that. 275 wins in multiplayer later on Halo Wars 2. I love Halo Wars 2. But getting back into a complex RTS on consoles like we used to get back in the 360 days is special. And this team behind this, what they did to get the complexity mapped to a controller is nothing short of phenomenal. It is second nature. After a while, I have not even jumped into the advanced control system yet, which you can start grouping your army in different formations and different groups yet. I've not done that part of it yet. I've used the formations, but I'm doing a lump armies, right? I'm not segmenting them into separate groups, which I can control and all that kind of stuff. I have not gotten that deep in yet, but I've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 hours in already, between both just playing by myself, getting my speed up on my builds. I've been following. I followed Hera, who is a professional agent at Empires 2. I took his PDFs, which he gave away free through his Discord when he was playing pro on the PC. I took his PDFs, learning how to do different builds, learning different strategies, and then also rocking out with Jasper and Mav and Psycho the other night too, but Jasper and Mav last night, which is part of my irresponsibility because we wound up in a 2-hour match, over 2 hours, 3-on-3 versus the AI on not normal level, but the next level up, which is moderate. So they're aggressive. Wound up in a 2-hour match. This thing runs so well. And again, once you get up there, if you max out the armies, and you're 4-on-4, which we had the other night, you're going to see some slowdown, which Steel thinks that there is some optimization to be done there. It's a lot on the screen at one time.
I think so.
But otherwise, it's running flawless. But last night's match, let me tell you something. I'm going to get into this real quick, and then I'll let Steel talk about BDO or whatever else he's been playing.
Yeah, really is.
But
good.
There is something special. Now, when I played Age, I only played Age 2 back in the day a little bit. I was more of an Age of Mythology guy, me and my kiddo, when he was young. And I was running on an old laptop. So I didn't get the full experience of Age 2 because I was only playing with him and I was helping him build and learn how to play RTSs along with Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth on 360. So I never got the full experience of Age. I certainly wasn't competitive or anything like that, doing a PvP or anything like that. But it was always 1v1 or 1v2 at the most we play against the AI. So I never got this experience of playing with other people. Let me tell you, this match that we had last night, we did Xbox Ultimate. Mav, I had to start the show late last night, so I was like, God, I want to get one game of Age in, guys. So when we ended, we jumped in. I thought maybe an hour. Most matches in Age are somewhere between a half hour and an hour. When you're playing against a computer, especially, right? So I was like, cool. Get to bed early, like I've been trying to do for Saturday morning, so I can get up. And we hopped into this match, man. Let me tell you something. The ebb and flow that can happen within an RTS really is second to none. If you get into one of those matches where there's no rush, we didn't rush last night. I could have rushed. I should have rushed the computer. I should have rushed one of the computer teams early last night to get him out of the way. Didn't do that. I held back. So we built up, right? We went through all the ages. And kind of built up and didn't even have max armies at that point, but when we started attacking. But the ebb and flow of the game came together last night, and I'll get into it. It's a lot like Battlefield for people who play Battlefield, and you've heard Steel and I talk about the Battlefield. What makes it different from Call of Duty is if you get that group of players that is playing the right way, is playing
By the way, they probably are now. Because they brought the class system back.
Classes are finally back, which I'm gonna have to re-download and try again. But that ebb and flow, that Battlefield thing that's unique to Battlefield, that's what you get in RTSs sometimes. That's what happened last night. So it's 3-on-3. We get all the way up through to Imperial Age. I got my mass archer army, the Chinese. Chinese and Spanish are my two favorite right now. Spanish for the water maps because they're elite. Canyon galleons.
Of course,
ridiculous.
Of course, they are
ridiculous. Anyways, last night was a land match. It was all land except for one river through the middle, which we didn't use. It's 3-on-3. We build up. Computer's building up, not rushing us at all. I finally get my archer army. I get a couple trebuchets. A few trebuchets behind me. I decide to go and weaken purple. So I cross and I go to weaken purple. Well, nobody else joined me. Mav, in the meantime, gets attacked by two of the enemies, right? I'm in the middle of weakening purple. Purple is coming back and he's mounting his comeback against my archers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to rebuild behind, make sure my reserves are coming up. I come back, well, all of a sudden he gets sent out cavalry versus my archers who are attacking buildings and my trebuchet. He's routing my archers at this point, and I don't have enough to keep him at bay. So he routes. I try to get my trebuchets out of there. Doesn't work. Meanwhile, Jasper's building his samurai army. He's got his samurai army. He tries to help me out. He breaks off his team because Jasper has experience because he used to play PC. So he's got experience. So he breaks off part of his team, comes over, tries to help me. We get routed. I wind up losing my entire army. I'm building reserves, but I lost my entire army. Mav is getting decimated by purple and yellow, yellow and light blue. Getting decimated. Jasper tries to go help him. Doesn't help him. He can't do anything about it. Mav is out within the first 30 minutes 40 minutes at this point. Mav's out. Except he did save some of his workers. He did have some of the people, and he starts rebuilding behind my base. So now we're on the defense. Jasper gets his samurai army together and goes and attacks, I think it was yellow. Goes and finishes off purple finally. I have to start rebuilding. Well, in the meantime, light blue starts mounting wave after wave, builds a castle across the river from us, starts mounting wave after wave against me. We got no help from Mav at all. And I'm stuck in a turtle position, just trying to build enough people to keep light blue from decimating me and my castle.
Right.
So I'm doing that. Bro, this goes on and on and on for 45 minutes, right? Jasper's doing his thing. Jasper's really good at the game. He knows what he's doing. He wiped out purple. He starts mounting an attack against yellow, trying to get yellow weakened. That takes forever because he's trying to help us defend as well. Finally, fast forward, Mav gets built up enough where Mav can start building units again. Mav starts building units and helping out. We combine forces because he's right behind my base now. We start combined forces. We now have light blue where we can start pushing. Mav gets his catapults and trebuchets ready, along with some dual-handed swordsmen and some crossbow shieldmen. I've got my archers rebuilding. We finally get to a point where we can build up. We both build up to about 60 units apiece.
Okay.
120 units. And Mav and I make the push to light blue. Light blue's now the strongest because Jasper's been weakening yellow over time. We mount the rush. Jasper sends some samurai army after we get across the river and we're attacking light blue. Jasper finally gets a piece of his samurai armor to come over, helps out a little bit as well. We finally destroyed light blue. Finally, Mav and I were just laughing this whole time. We can't believe we've mounted this comeback. We finally get light blue destroyed, and then we turn our attention to yellow, and Jasper comes in with the samurai. Mav's got all of his army with his trebuchets and his catapults. I've got my archers. I'll share a video later today on Twitter. I got my archers, this ring of 60 archers just going after buildings. It was the perfect combination. Anytime the yellow tried to send units out, my archers crushing them left and right. They could not to get to Mav's trebuchets and his catapults, so they're just going to work. We're just taking down everybody. So over 2 hours later, we finally get done. What a feeling, man. What a feeling. 2 o'clock in the morning, I look at the clock. I'm like, you got to be kidding me right now.
Yep.
And Jasper's like, nope, we've been at it. I'm like, oh my God. So what a feeling. But shout out to the entire team. Everybody at Xbox who made this happen. People can say all they want. 25-year-old game. It doesn't count. Yeah, this counts, Brody. And again, it's niche.
It's a game and it counts, yeah.
It's niche. It's niche. It don't matter. They did a hell of a job to port this thing over to the Xbox. I can't wait for Age of 4 now to see what they've done with the controls. And again, this is the thing that Mav and I specifically talked about. Huh?
It's probably going to be similar.
Yeah, it's going to be similar.
If it works that well.
And Age 4 has been updated. Like, you know, Boxenberger, who's been playing Age 4 for a long time on PC and stuff, he tried Age 2 on Xbox, said he enjoyed it, but it is missing some quality of life stuff, which Age 4 has.
Of course.
Some things. Age 4 is definitely more for masses. It's not as complex as Age 2 is. It's still complex, don't get me wrong. It's not Halo Wars 2, but it does have some quality of life stuff. But again, the fact that this is something Mav and I talked about forever, why our RTS is not back in console, and people like, because you can't play with a controller. Yes, you can. If the team takes the time, you can do it, and it's done right. It makes it a wonderful experience on console, and we're having a blast with it, man. I'm still smiling ear to ear because of that match last night. It's so much fun. So sorry, I've taken enough of your time, but I told you all RTS talk is going to be back in full swing. We're getting Anno 1800 from Ubisoft, which is a city builder strategy game coming out soon. I think it's March or April. That I'm going to be rocking out. We get Company of Heroes later this year, which is World War II complex strategy game. I'm going to be full bore into that. Golden Age is here, people. RTSs are back in console. I could not be a happier gamer right now. So, Steel, sorry to take so much time, brother, but this is the gaming talk, man. I get excited about this stuff.
No, I mean, I don't think there was anything wrong with what you did. I mean, you broke it down. I mean, that story is, I mean, again, like I was telling you behind the scenes, man, that's one of my biggest fears for jumping back into an RTS or even Age for that fact, just because I know the time investment that's going to end up being. And it's like, I can't, I'm kind of at a point right now where it's just like, it's hard for me to be like, yeah, for consistently 2 hours, I'm getting at it without like, oh, I need to get up, go do handle some girls, help with homework, go do this, go, you know what I mean? So that's my biggest thing right now, because I'd have to, hey, you guys manage yourselves for a little bit. Gotta finish this match out. So it is one of those things. Not only that, as I've consistently stated here, as much as I am an RTS fan, RTSs just aren't for me for that, and that's one of the biggest reasons. Right?
Sure,
timing.
Sure.
And when timing comes into play, and there's so many other games that can be played. It's like, well, and then I find myself back in the Black Desert Online.
Yeah, you got your own addictions, baby.
And look, and I got to be completely honest, and I've said this multiple times here. I am someone who has 1,500 hours in BDO. I feel like that's probably light. I have that same amount of time in Destiny. I have about 3,000 hours in Destiny and Destiny 2 combined. So there's that. But I do feel like that iterates on the kind of gamer that I am. Again, like I've said it here multiple times, I like to throw myself into these worlds, fully feel enveloped in them, kind of live through them a little bit. Of course, some people say, oh, well, you're trying to live through a game. You're trying to get... That's not what I mean, right? People spend their lives designing this art that we appreciate as consumers, and it's only right. Again, Black Desert came out in 2014 on PC only. It came to consoles in 2019, maybe 2017. I think it was 2019 if I'm not mistaken, because it dropped into Game Pass. That's what caused me, and it dropped on Xbox first too, which also shows you has to be something else going on behind the scenes. Like me and Pong talk about, they don't make these trips on the Microsoft side to Japan, especially for gaming and whatnot, and come back with nothing. The fact that they brought Black Desert to Xbox first because they knew of the online infrastructure that the game needed, and then they brought it to PlayStation. Like there's this whole big thing in the Black Desert community right now, console, because console's the only one that has crossplay. You can't crossplay with PC. It's only between Xbox and PlayStation. Where the PlayStation people feel like they've been undervalued, or they don't get looked at the same because they came in the game a little bit later. So it is just funny the way people talk about it. Look at all those PlayStation kids thinking they can jump in here and just fucking. It just brings up some of that old smoke that we all used to have back in the day. I mean, it's crazy to see. Again, Black Desert Online is an MMO. I do tend to favor MMOs in a lot of aspects, but the biggest reason that I favor it is because of the combat. Right. As much as I could go play Nier, I can go play Devil May Cry, I can go play Elden Ring, and there's just something special about these, especially coming out of Korea. But the Eastern devs and their take on an MMO or just open world games in total, is just so different. And the attention to detail, all the characters don't play the same. How I got back into it isn't even with the character that you guys are seeing on screen today, right? This is my Dark Knight. This is my original character. I've been playing with this character from the beginning, so that's what you're kind of seeing me do here. Questing, just kind of enjoying the world. Wanted to kind of demonstrate it more so for you guys. But it's one of those things, and I call it an addiction because it's another game that is can be a time sink and is a time sink, right? You got to spend time grinding. You got to spend time questing. You got to spend time. All of it is time. And also, if you don't come to understand the game, you get further put behind time. And there's reading involved. And it's just like, it's like an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout, a Skyrim, any of those games where you're really enveloped in the story and these different people. You have the same kind of thing going on in BDO. No, you don't have to care about those things. You could skip everything. But the world, there's so much going on in the world. There's so many different biomes that you can walk into. Everything is accessible. If you could see it, you can reach it. You know what I mean? The type of mentality in here. So this is another game that I've just have been fearful because one of the things, one of the main reasons I put it down before, because I knew the game was going to get updated for the new consoles, right? For Series S, for the Series S, X, and PS5. But also I was just at a point to where I felt like I was fighting against the grind and I just didn't have time like that to make it worth it. Now, it's been 2 years since I've been away from the game, and the quality of life things that they've changed have made it more enticing, right? The effort that I was putting in previously, I'm getting awarded 10 times that now. So it's like to see that progression, especially in an MMO. We're going to talk about online games later and games needing to be always online, and that being the conversation again. But in MMOs, these are the games that truly give you that 10-year plan. We'll also talk about Halo later. You see what I'm kind of doing here. I'm trying to put my podcasting skills to work. But they do most of the time. Well, I'll say not most of the time. Certain ones do truly fulfill out their 10-year plan, right? I'm going to be excited to see what BDO turns into next year. Are they going to turn it into a different game, do a second iteration? Because to be quite honest, compared to a lot of other games that are currently on the market, especially AAA games, this game has those qualities. Yeah. And just because, and I can make it third person over the shoulder and make it a true action adventure game if I really wanted to, or I could take more of that MMO approach, pulling yourself back and really looking at everything. What makes it the most attractive right now for those who aren't aware of Black Desert Online, again, I will always say, if you are interested in that trailer you saw for Crimson Desert, which is also going to be made by Pearl Abyss, the same people who made this game, Black Desert Online gives you that example. Right now, again, some of the greatest quality of life improvements, you can literally get in there with a max character, they're called trial characters, and play whatever class you want to play. Try it out, see how it feels for you, see if it's worth your time to even play this, or just maybe just tool around with some things. And you have access to all the characters. And the other thing too is that BDO used to cost money. If you didn't get it in Game Pass, it costed money to get in, like $30 to get the base game or whatever. It's completely free now.
Yeah.
And everything that they've changed, you can tell that they are trying to entice the newer players, have it easier for people. Again, the type of progression that I was getting within the first year, 2 years of me playing the game, people can now get that within a month of you playing the game, which is sure, I can sit here and moan and complain about that, but as a gamer who's been in this world, I'd like to see that, because that means, hey, now I'm going to have even more people that are going to be jumping in this. Now it's going to be even easier for me. I don't see it as a negative. Oh, I wasted my time. No, it was an experience, and I loved every little bit of every moment that I put into this game. And I think that's what games should be about, right? Not, oh, I'm comparing it to, oh, it needs to be Spider-Man all of a sudden. No, it doesn't. That's a completely different experience. And I'm just looking for Spider-Man to be a good Spider-Man game. The same way I look at God of War to be a good God of War. HiFi Rush, I want that to be a good version of what that game's trying to do, right? As an example. Age of Empires, I want it to be the RTS in its best light, which as Pong has stated to you guys, he brought up this whole story to give you that feel and to know that feeling is still there in a 2-decade-old game. Yeah. And they adjusted to make it feel really comfortable on console. I don't, if that doesn't spell out where we're at in the industry currently, the age of accessibility, the golden age of gaming, I don't know what else is. And if you don't agree with any of those things, then maybe this place isn't the place for you. But that is something else that we'll talk about today, because my God, you like, some people are just bananas and just wild and crazy. And I don't, like, maybe they seek justification within the gaming space. They say they don't. They say they got lives and wives and, other people they can give their attention to. But they're arguing about whether you beat games or not. They're arguing whether you're a real gamer or not. They're arguing about, we got a lot of people out here looking real goofy, trying to check people that shouldn't really be giving them their time at the end of the day, right? Because at the end of the day, if you get in the car with clowns, you're going to look like a clown. So it is what it is. Fortunately or unfortunately, no shade, no tea to anybody. Again, I am the guy that we could pull up in a party. I'll chop it up with you and tell you exactly how I feel about you to your face. But that's just me. But anyway, Black Desert Online has been my crack addiction here recently. And I don't mean that in a negative manner. Because some people might come in here and be like, crack cocaine, that's addictive. Sorry.
I used that a couple times this week.
It has been my recent go-to PvP, PvE, a little bit of everything that I can just hop into whenever. Again, time is the number one factor that we're all working against. When, again, I have a family, I got a wife, I got a house that I got to attend to, and it's easy for me to jump into this world, put the controller down, put it on auto run. I get to my next area, come back, and I can just pick up from wherever I'm at, right? I know a lot of people say that's what's great about Quick Resume. This is always online game. I can't do quick.
Yeah.
But no. So that's been my thing. Also, I haven't had a chance to get into Forspoken yet. I know I told you guys behind the scenes, well, not behind the scenes, but I've been telling you guys over weeks that I was day one on the game regardless, and I have been. But I went through kind of a snafu with my code for whatever reason. Shot the CD keys. I don't know what happened, but my code ended up being in limbo for a couple weeks. And yeah, so I haven't played the game. Now, granted, the benefit is I got a new code and I got refunded. So, hey, I'm not going to complain. I'll take my my victories where I get them. So I'm not mad about that, but I am forever grateful. Thank you, CD Keys, for being understanding. That's the first time I've had an issue with CD Keys in a long time, man. Yeah. And I've bought like 15 games from them here recently and no issues. And then I buy this one and it's like, and I'm sitting there after it happened, I was sitting there like, of course. The game that everybody's has controversy on has to be the game that's now giving me issues that I can't play because it's stuck. My code is stuck in limbo. But it is what it is. Yeah, I got the game for like $60 or whatever. Let's say $10. $10 is $10. But $10 is $10 I spent on. But with that said, also Hogwarts is also pre-ordered. I may play that live raw and then cut for you on stream. I just think that would be pretty cool, depending on what my school stuff looks like in the background and whatnot. That's really what's going to determine that. But I think I should be able to jump in there with no problems and at least stream for you guys.
We'll both be jumping into that this week here. So because I've got
taking some time off, or
no, but I'll definitely be rocking. I mean, again, age is going to be consuming, but I do want to jump in. I do want to jump into Hogwarts, and I've got it pre-ordered. So you know, I'll have, and it being in a single player game, I'll be able to jump into it at night for an hour or two before bed, and hop
create
out.
your character.
So, exactly. So we'll probably have a lot to talk about Hogwarts next week, and Living Splitscreen will give our initial impressions of it because it. Definitely something I'm going to be jumping into this week as well. So that should be fun. What a great time to be a gamer, man. Bro. That's the whole thing. Steel, you can play BDO, which is an older game, MMO.
I mean, they've updated it,
but you get back into the fun of it, and again, that's the thing about you and I. We don't always have to be playing the latest and greatest all the damn time. So we're here. We're here as gamers, peer gamers, that we just talk about. That we're talking about what we enjoy.
Like I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play what I like. I'm gonna play what I love. I'm gonna play what's gonna be able to hold my time right now. Right. And I'm not scared of me. I'm not. Who cares? Whatever.
Yeah, right. Who cares? I don't give a shit.
There was something else that I was gonna bring up. it was just on that topic that we were speaking on.
Yeah.
What were you speaking to just then, Paul? My fault.
Just right now
Yeah.
about us being just pure gamers, talking about just what we enjoy, old games, new games.
No, before that.
Hogwarts.
Yeah, Hogwarts. The thing about Hogwarts too, where I wanted to kind of dive into, and the main reason that I'm hyped, because I know you guys talked about it a little bit as far as like what you guys expect for the sales to be like. From what I'm seeing from Hogwarts, it is doing something that we tend to not see very much anymore as gamers, and that's getting people who aren't as involved in gaming either anymore or haven't been invested. Right. You see people who are Harry Potter fans, no matter how you feel about the entire situation or whatever. Again, the game is the game to me. It doesn't need any of the additional political. And I don't whatever. That's completely beside itself. You make your own decision. Just don't try to talk to me about your iPhone after. Because that just doesn't make sense. But neither here or there. It's a different conversation. I'm going to treat the game as a game, and as somebody who was heavily invested in that world and those books and read every single one of them since release. You guys say that, when's the last Harry Potter game that's been made that was good? And I mean, the question is, the answer is never, or Lego. And to be quite honest, that's not even a comparison to what we're going to be getting. Right. And I would be doing my young self personally a disservice if I didn't go in and fully try to jump it. Again, I'm going to be Gryffindor. I'm telling you, bro. I'm going through the loops. I already got it planned out. My character's going to look super fly. I'm going to this is going to be another game that I end up playing for 100. I'm probably going to put BDO down for quite a bit. But it's going to be one of those games that, I jump into for 100 to 200 hours and really experience every breadth of that world. It's just it's unique in its own right, and I'm excited for it. Right, so that's kind of my side.
And I'm excited as not a Harry Potter stan, somebody who enjoyed the movies, read a couple of the books, but didn't have it like that. Again, I was already older when Harry Potter came out. My kiddo obviously loved Harry Potter, but I wasn't invested in that world like you, Steel. And I'm still excited to jump into this. Right, it's still has something. So we're going to come from two different perspectives on that as well, which is cool. Yeah, which would be very cool. Steel, I was going to mention too, or anybody out there listening too, if you go to the WB, the Harry Potter Twitter account, and you go through that link that they have for the webpage, you can link, if you sign up for their the fan page for Harry Potter, and you link it to your WB account, they are giving you in-game stuff like different outfits and that kind of stuff too. So so you got to link it up. I've seen a lot of people doing it. I was like, what's going on? Why is everybody doing this? Twitter? Yeah, go to Harry Potter. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy Twitter, Hogwarts Legacy, and then they've got the link at the top for the WB site. And there's a way that you can link your two accounts together, and you'll get a bunch of free in-game stuff. So yeah, it is. So yeah, just so everybody knows that is planning on jumping in, you can do that. Very cool. But yeah, no, we're gonna have a great conversation next weekend about Hogwarts Legacy for sure. So,
yeah, I definitely
think it's gonna be interesting.
Listen,
yeah, but yeah, no. I was just gonna go if we're gonna move into upcoming games this week. I was gonna shout out a bunch of people too, because we already got 50 amazing people watching us live.
Sexy.
So thank you all for being here. Listen, Jacob Novick, always great to see you. Talus Ray, of course. Nukem is in the house. Noof. Boom, boom, kaboom. Noof, what's going on, brother? Great to have you in here. Seeky, what's going on? King Webb, brother, great to have you joining us on this Saturday morning. Crazy Greek dude, what is going on, my friend? Sappho, always great to have you in here as well. Brother, Psychonauts, I hope you're feeling better, brother. You were under the weather last night, couldn't join us for Xbox Ultimate last night, but man, we got to get back in some age, brother. Yeah, I hope you've been practicing doing those Sun Tzu challenges, getting your speed up. No, I was just giving him a hard time, but great to have you in here, Psycho, as always. David Billups, what's going on, man? Great to have you in here. M. Gene, great to have you with us this morning as well. Tim the Sorcerer is in the house. That's right. Who else we got in here? Scrolling through. We got Go Poe, of course, showing up. Always bringing the great comments in the chat as well. Go, thank you for being here. Who else? Who else is in here right now? Nix, of course. It wouldn't be a show without Nix being in here. Nix, what's going on, brother? Black Car Day, I see you, brother. Great to have you joining myself and Steel. Perfect Shogun. What's going on, Perfect? Splendiferous, of course. Probably driving his family somewhere. Probably making his wife listen to our show.
I hope not. Don't make her listen.
Splend. Great to have you in here. RWK88. What's going on? Blue Moon FC, of course, is in the house. What's going on, Blue Moon? What else we got in here? Oh, Matty Burns showing up again in the chat. Matty, it's been too long, brother. Like I said last night at Xbox Ultimate, great to see you in here. And I hope the hand is doing well. Lore Master Jasper is in the house. What's going on, Lore?
Hello, Lore.
Already talked about Lore. The Fifth Horseman V is in here.
Hey.
The brother from another Wandering Dutch. Shout out to Midweek Mix-Up Collective and Wandering Dutch. Great to have you in here, brother, joining us. Masshole 1977. I see you. Thank you for being in here, Masshole. Retro Nerd. What is going on? Calorie. What's going on, Calorie? Great to have you in here, brother. You. Back from the dead, of course, brother. What's going on, man? Stanley Francois. Vic the Click. What is going on, my man? Great to have you in here. Sick Slayer.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, Sick? Who else we got in here? I think Casket Repair, of course, showed up really early saying hi. Casket, always great to see you in here. We got Nola Rogans jumping in. We got Lord Roughness in the house. Salute to you, brother. Smitty Smith, salute to you, brother. Great to have you all joining us. Everybody who's listening to us now. What just happened? I see you. Dan the Man Cunningham. What's going on, man? Listen, all of you, appreciate you. Thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. David Bilb says, Pong Steel, when are we having a split screen Age of Empires 2 tournament? Man, oh man.
You're trying to get buck wild crazy, but hey, I'm down.
Yeah, exactly. We got to get Steel in there. Got to get Steel rocking and rolling in there. We got to pull him away from BDO, everybody. It's tough to do, but we're going to try our best. We'll get him in for a couple matches and see what's going on. Let's get into this upcoming week of gaming, Steel.
You ready? Are you ready for that?
Hold on. I am getting there. So I had to shout out names, which kind of put me behind, but I'm going to get there right now, I think. Oops. Nope.
Take your time, do your thing. I'm like knee deep in creating a Harry Potter character now, and
you're doing.
I'm like, I'm not playing any games over here, ladies and gentlemen. Like, they did put me on Hufflepuff, but you know, it is what it is. I'm still gonna be.
Whoa! You got the Huffle?
I got the Huffle, man. I'm an honorable guy. I can't.
How does that happen?
I'm a nice guy, I guess. You know.
Bro,
hey, it happens. It's all good. I got a dapple gray mare. It's all good.
Ooh, a dapple gray mare.
I'm good. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, let's get into these upcoming games, man. We got a few that are definitely on our list.
Is Game Informer pulling up for you? Because they ain't pulling up for me.
Yes, I do have it. I can send that through real quick. I do have that up. I sent it through on Twitter also, just
Let me see if it works. Well, I don't know why it's not pulling up for me.
It's the 11th is rolling up.
It's stalling out for me. I can't even pull it up.
All right, well,
you might have to read this one off, Steel.
No, it's fine. It's fine because the main thing...
no, there we go. It popped.
There's only one or two games that are coming out this week anyway.
Well, yeah.
So we'll be able to jump right.
So this is going to be week of the February the 6th, right? So yeah, it is. It is a short week here. Yeah, it's a very short week. So we got Endling Extinction is Forever on iOS, Android. And we've got Hogwarts Legacy, which we already talked about. That's it for this week, according to Game Informer. Now, I'm sure there's some other stuff coming up, but I can't think of anything big this week. Chad, if you guys know of any other games that are popping up this week.
No. Other than that, I mean, the next interesting week is this the upcoming week after. Because we got Returnal coming to PC, which is going to be another one. Again, these are games that are not in Game Pass, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm putting myself on the line for up front. But Returnal is another one that I'm also going to get on PC. And give that a shot. That's coming out the week after. So we got things to play. We got things to play for sure.
This is like one of the shortest upcoming weeks ever, Steel. I can't, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've heard of that's coming out this week, and I can't think of a dang thing. So, interesting, Steel. We've had a lot drop.
Yeah.
And February for the next, couple weeks is going to be ridiculous with the drops. But right now, for this week, everybody's just going to be enjoying Hogwarts. What a perfect time for Hogwarts to drop. It's all alone.
Yeah, no, it literally is. And so you get into Returnal, which is, again, that's a niche game in a lot of ways. There's only going to be a certain amount of people that.
Right.
So, yeah, depending on what side of the fence that you end up sitting on, there's going to be a lot of time that can be spent playing Hogwarts Legacy. So, yeah. I think this is going to be the perfect opportunity for a lot of people. I think Hogwarts is going to do numbers, man. It has potential to hit. Yeah. Again, this is one of those games that has potential to sell 20 to 30 million copies because I don't know if you guys realize it or not, there's a lot of Harry Potter fans. There's an entire generation of kids that grew up with this, right? This was their big thing, like how Star Wars was for you guys when you were growing up, Pong.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Star Trek, those things. Mm-hmm. Harry Potter, what they were doing with that.
Yeah.
That was my generation that came up with that. So it's like I can expect a lot of people to want to jump into here that otherwise.
Despite the loudmouths out there, which is a small minority, the masses don't even care about that nonsense, right? So the masses don't even know about it.
Yeah,
they don't care about it, and so you're right, Steele. We talked about this last night because Mav asked what we thought was going to be the biggest seller this year. And I said Zelda, of course. I think Zelda is going to be massive. Fair. But he did bring up, because he heard that Rand and Jez talking about that on the Xbox 2 yesterday, which I was not able to catch yesterday because I was so busy at work.
So I caught most of it, yeah.
Cool. If there was anything there, let me know, because I didn't get a chance to listen to it. But they were talking about it, and they brought up Hogwarts is going to be a big seller. And I started thinking about it. As long as they get the Xbox One, PS4, and Switch version out in April as currently planned, yeah, Hogwarts Legacy at the end of the year could be right up there with Zelda. And depending on when Spider-Man 2 drops, those three probably are going to be your biggest sellers of the year.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Unless something else crazy happens, comes along. I mentioned Resident Evil 4, but that's still a horror genre. It's still... yes, horror has blown up.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of thinking about that too.
Oh, bro, seeing those videos this week of Resident Evil 4 again and hearing what they've done with it. They've taken out the QTEs, they put in side missions.
That was a misspeak. Somebody came out and corrected that there will be some QTEs, just not as many as there were.
Many? Okay, so not all of them have been removed. Okay, right. All right. But with the side quests and the different quality of life stuff they've done, being able to carry multiple knives now, just some of that kind of stuff with Resident Evil 4, it's looking gorgeous, my friend. It's looking gorgeous.
It's a completely different game.
Yeah, and they said it was even more true to the original than 2 and 3 were, which 3 was changed with, but 2. But they said it was 1-for-1 in some instances with the original. Resident Evil 4 is going to be big. Resident Evil 4 is definitely going to be a big one. So
and what I'm really hoping for out of Resident Evil, and this might be a reason why I end up jumping back in, because the thing about the Resident Evil games that was like a key thing to me back in the days is that there was a story, right? But then at some point, I don't know when it happened, where the story just went fucking all over the place, and then you couldn't necessarily keep up. Oh, this happened because of these things happened all in this game, and then Code Veronica this, and then this happened in this game, and you're like, bro, where's the consistency in this goddamn story? Okay, you got these popular characters out of Chris and Leon, but where are they at in these other games?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not going to talk about that. But then they made one of the characters more of a central, or gave him more of a role in Resident Evil 8. As some know, I haven't played the game myself yet because
Right.
yeah, but but there may be a reason for me to go in there now because they have dropped third person in there, which is, I'll be honest and say, that does take away some of that element, right? But I want to see them do this Resident Evil 2, 3, 4, Code Veronica, and really refine whatever the story down to tell a central narrative, right? You can have it progress through the games, but you know what I mean? Kind of spin them. Like if you're going to remake them, do them a little different. Like stay true, but do them a little different, right? To make things more cohesive.
Yeah. Code Veronica needs to be done. There's people who don't like Code Veronica. Code Veronica is my favorite. Even above Resident Evil 4. People think I'm crazy for that, but maybe it was the time. You know, I was on Dreamcast. It was a huge release for Dreamcast. It was amazing. Love the story of Code Veronica. I want to see them go back and do it. Some people think that they're not going to redo that one. However, there was a fan-made remake being done of Code Veronica, which Capcom shut down recently. So that gives people hope that maybe Capcom is planning on doing a remake of Code Veronica. I'd love to see that, but Resident Evil 4, again, is a freaking awesome Resident Evil game. And I'm not going to be day one on it, but I think I'm eventually going to go back to Resident Evil 4 for sure. What do you think about Jedi Survivor?
What about
Steel? Well, being one of the biggest sellers this year.
I don't think it will be.
Fuzzy threw that in the ring.
I don't think
Fuzzy
it will
thinks it can do 20 million.
Now, I mean, it could sell 20 million for sure. And that would definitely be a good number for that game.
I mean, Fallen Order did it.
I think, yeah. I mean, they did it in 2 years though.
2 years. Yep.
With this one having a little bit more of attention to it.
Yeah,
I can see it hitting that number, but I could also see it falling short. So I'm probably going to put it right around maybe 15. I hope within the first year, maybe within the first 3 months, it possibly hit that. But the thing about Fallen Order and that style of game is that that's not going to be for everybody, right?
Correct. Correct.
There's still a certain type of gamer who's going to play through that game, who's actually going to love it, and who can deal with that Souls-like combat or Souls-like approach to a Star Wars game. But because it is so well done and the story is pretty solid, it can put a lot of people in.
And it's more accessible than a Souls game. If you put it on the easier levels, if you go normal or easy, it's much more. Because I was playing on one below the hardest, and like I said, when I jumped back into it a couple weeks ago because I do want to play through it, because I didn't play through it because I was trying to do it on Jedi, whatever it was, I can't remember which one. It's the one right below hardest. And I was getting frustrated. So I dropped it down, and it's much better now for me personally. So I think it's much more accessible than a Souls game, but I think that Jedi Survivor, with the hype behind it, could pull it off. And again, for anybody who doesn't know, small news story this week was that they moved 6 weeks to the end of April. So Jedi Survivor will be April 28th, I think it is now. Right. So that was a move they made, which, Steel, if you want to jump into the Marchers cult, maybe word went out to all the third parties that Starfield is dropping, and Jedi Survivor and EA want nothing to do with the Starfield date. So,
hey man, look, I'm just saying, I'm going to stick to my March date. People can say that we're drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm going to tell you that I can tell you that why are you drinking dumpster juice? I mean, I just don't like when people try to make it seem like, oh, you're an idiot for thinking that, instead of just having a casual conversation of why that's possible or where that thought process came from. I personally just don't like that. I don't get why people do that. Again, like I'm just being funny. No, like when you're saying that people are drinking Kool-Aid, like, again, I can go down a whole rabbit hole about that. Why I don't think that shit's funny. But it may be just because it's a cultural thing more so than anything. So I'll stay away from it.
Because it goes back to obviously Jim Jones and his cult, right? Yeah. So I get the reference, and Rand started it on Xbox too, and it's funny to me because I know where Rand's coming from, and it's totally funny.
I get it.
But there has been some people who have been kind of slanderous with it in the way the tone.
That's my problem.
And again, my point, and I talked about this on multiple shows, and especially when I went on with Fonz on Games Talk Live, that the March date is no less crazy than saying it's going to get moved till September right now, because nothing points to a delay. There's nothing that has pointed to a delay. So us guessing that it's going to be earlier than what some people were expecting is no different than anybody out there pushing the September date or anything else, because there's been nothing that says that that's going to happen. You're in speculation town as much as we are. We're trying to nail down the date within the first 6 months, which is what they told us it was going to be. We're actually got more credibility than the people saying it's going to get pushed. So to me,
and if you have information that tells you otherwise, you can't just say, oh, because I'm hearing these things. And if that's the case, you still cannot talk down on people for having an opinion on information that you don't have. Or that they don't have.
Nobody has.
Because you supposedly have access to information that other people don't have.
We're all in speculation town.
I just don't I don't get that, and that tells me a lot about that tells me a lot about people, right? People will snitch on themselves before they even really say anything for real, right? You just gotta pay attention to their mannerisms, how they talk, and just certain things, because people like to put on a face. If somebody put it best, so people are always going to send out their representative or use their representative to try to display their character before they send out themselves. And I don't know. I guess for me, again, maybe it's just a cultural thing where I just don't find it funny. It's funny when you're using it and not being demeaning, but it's different when you're completely trying to say what certain people are saying is disingenuous, or they're not allowed to have that take, like you're better than. That's such a Nazi mentality, and I'm saying that as somebody who's German. That's fucking annoying. I don't know. For me, it's
especially in video games, we're all having fun here, and this is fun conversation.
That's it.
That's it.
Why do I have to? I don't have to attack your intelligence because we're talking about games.
No, especially when we come with actual discussion about it. We're not just out here oh yeah, March 23rd, got no reason behind it, just March 23rd, just threw out a random date.
Hey, and Nick, like you said, CD Keys are sponsoring the Starfield March date. Again, there is some validity to it. Again, sites are going to do certain things to pull in traction. If it is March, great. If it's not March, great. I don't care. It's
We're having fun.
I threw a date out just to be fun. Nobody has to be doing.
And then we built upon it. Yeah, and then we built upon it. Again, it's not that big a deal, folks. And again, if March 23rd rolls around and you're somebody who bought into that date and who liked that date just like we do, and you're extremely disappointed and upset that it didn't drop on March 23rd, well, guess what? That's a you thing. I've always said that. The same thing that people always try to downplay shows and say, oh, don't get yourself hyped up. If I want to get myself hyped up and I want to talk about it, listen, I'm the only person in control of my emotions. So that's a me thing.
100%.
That's a me thing. And that goes for the audiences listening to these podcasts. If something that people say either upsets you and again, that's why I don't go to certain podcasts, because the energy does affect my energy. And I'm all about protecting myself. That's a me thing. I take full responsibility for hyping myself up and what happens if something doesn't show up, right? And I take full responsibility if someone says something that upsets me, then I stay away from it. That's what I've done to protect my own energy. But I take full responsibility for that. I don't put that on other people. In this community, there's too much of that nonsense out here where people are like, you can't talk about certain things. Yeah, no, we can talk about certain things. People have the choice to listen or not listen. They have the choice to tune in or not tune in. And if they get upset, that's a them thing. If they get hyped, that's a them thing. That's all it is. But we're having discussions out here. And again, we don't throw out nonsense just to throw out nonsense. We actually have a passion for it, and we have reasoning behind what we're talking about. It's not just randomness. It's not fake like a lot of these shows are. It's none of that stuff. It's us, and we're going to talk about the stuff that we want to talk about, period. Point blank.
And that's the biggest thing. I didn't mean to get off on a side tangent.
No, that's fine.
Shit like that does bother me, right?
Sure,
because it's just so contradictory for some people that say, "Oh, we're trying to talk to our community and have conversation," and we're going to talk about these people who like to have drama, but then you're also facilitating drama.
Right.
You're also being part of that same drama. Like if you're a bored dog behind the scenes, it's not my problem. Go build a house, go chop some trees down, go do some yard work, go do something else, get out of games. Like if you're able to stay home and play games, yo, shout out to you, my guy.
Yeah.
But if I would have the ability to sit here and fucking play games all day, I'd also be on my fucking bike taking like out of here, having a fucking good time doing other things, building Gundams. This is another one of my hobbies that I haven't been able to touch because I take my personal time where I would want to do that and say, you know what? I'm going to game today.
Right.
I have to make that choice.
Yep.
And guess what? I have like 10 Gundam models that I need to be building. I went through the streak while I was consistent and I started gaming heavily again. It happens. And that's okay. I have to accept that and be like, all right, well, this is the situation. This is my time. This is what I want to do. I don't know. It's just weird to me. And I'm always going to speak out on those things because, again, that's why I feel like it's part of the reason why I wanted to jump on this platform, why I wanted to make content, why I wanted to talk to the people. And we'll get to gaming in a minute. But since we don't have anything upcoming, why not? I need to have a conversation.
You have a discussion. Yeah. Why not?
Speaking of that, I think this would be a perfect time to kind of bring in the whole review thing, right? And I felt like this would be an interesting conversation because we talk back and forth about reviews off and on and in journalism and people pretty much just doing their job, right? But doing it correct, doing it correctly, doing it like you have some care, some effort behind it. And what I'm speaking to, I kind of hinted to Sappho says hug trees. Hey, 100%. Hey, do whatever to make it happen.
Absolutely.
Yursky, hey, shout out to you. He says, I haven't felt this overwhelmed by how many great games are coming out this year and how I'm going to manage it all. Bro, I'm playing Black Desert right now.
right.
Like, if that doesn't tell you, like, what kind of, I'm playing Black Desert. I got my code for Forspoken. I got Harry Potter coming out next week. Yep. And I'm still supposed to manage this daily? Like, fuck.
Right.
If I want to make progression. So it's just like, you got to make that balance. You got to figure things out. What's good for you? Just because it's not good for everybody doesn't mean it's not good for you. But I wanted to get into a conversation because HiFi Rush has brought up a lot of people out of the wood, right? And what I mean by that is that it's brought up this interesting conversation, and I want to get your opinion on because I haven't heard many other people talk about this throughout the week. And I do like to have different conversations here on Living Splitscreen, just because we do cover the gaming industry, but we also like to talk about the community because it all plays hand in hand with each other. And if we're going to reach 3 billion gamers, or potentially if ever, even if we only hit over 1,000, I think I'd be in heaven. But if we're ever going to reach more people, I feel like having conversations like these is going to be a main sticking point. So I want to pose this question to you, Pong, and then I want to get your opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the things that I've heard, or some of the things that I see, and again, this isn't just from one place. There's threads of people talking about it. You guys can look this up on Reddit. You can look this up on YouTube. It's under the HiFi Rush main videos. It's in a lot of different spaces. But I've heard some conversation, at least, that HiFi Rush, because of the style of the game that it is, and it being rated an 89, 90 Metacritic, right around that area, because it's been kind of fluctuating. Now I feel like it's so close to
Metacritic is 89 and OpenCritic is 90.
Okay, so it's kind of settled in. Yep. I feel like it's been kind of going back and forth, but so essentially it's a 90, 89, 90, and people were saying that, hey, how does this game compare, or how is it fair for it to have a similar score to like a Red Dead Redemption 2, or a God of War, or a, let's say, a Forza, or any other great game, expansive game, that you could use in that reference, because it's a different style of game. Like, this whole rating system thing needs to be treated a little bit differently. It's not the same type of game. Xbox gamers are thirsty because the ecosystem's been dry, and you get this kiddie cartoonish game in there, and you guys are hype and over the moon. But while we get God of War, you guys get HiFi Rush, kind of thing, kind of going on, right? And you're telling me that HiFi Rush is just as good as a God of War. So I want to pass it off to you, Pong. Do you think that games of different ilks should require they should be grouped up in their own standalone rating compared to, again, and nobody knows what double A, triple A, quadruple A, 1A games are. Nobody knows until somebody says it. And we know what's kind of behind the scenes, the money that's been invested, because that's what a lot of that is determined by.
Money and people, yeah, money.
So without knowing a lot of that, how do you feel about this whole thing with, hey, if it's a Hollow Knight, it shouldn't get a 90 because it's like, you saying that Hollow Knight is just as good as God of War? Like, how does that work? So do you think that we need a new rating system for different types of games?
No. You know where I'm going to come from on this, Steel. Game is a game, is a game, is a game, is a game. There are people who enjoy, there are gamers out there, I guarantee this, with as many gamers as there are, that there's a group of gamers out there that like HiFi Rush, that don't enjoy Red Dead Redemption 2, don't enjoy God of War. It doesn't matter. A game is a game. Period, point blank. I don't care if it's Vampire Survivors. I don't care if it's Candy Crush. I don't care what it is. It's a game. Period. This is only becoming a thing, number one, because HiFi Rush is an Xbox title, number one. If this was a PlayStation title, this conversation would not be happening. Period, point blank. We know where this stems from. Let me read Gene Park's tweet that he put out yesterday.
Ahead, please.
Gene Park, again, some people don't like Gene. Gene, is a great dude from all things that I've seen. He's a solid dude. He's been in the industry for a long time. He's covered the industry for a long time. He wears his fandoms on his sleeve. Again, he's more of a Nintendo,
I respect
PlayStation person. Yeah, no, but he's fair, I think, personally. Now, he's made comments about Xbox that has pissed people off, that have, again, as an Xbox fanboy, you can read into it and, do the same thing that we always do on both sides. But Gene Park came out yesterday and tweeted out, "Weird to see people jeer at HiFi Rush being a Game of the Year candidate, but it is. And I'm a Zelda mark. Even if I compared it to Breath of the Wild, HiFi Rush stands as a huge achievement. HiFi Rush is perfect until proven otherwise." That's the mentality that I wish all gamers have. And that's a problem that we've seen develop in this tribalism that we now have in certain parts of the community on all sides. There's Nintendo fanboys, there's Xbox fanboys, there are PlayStation fanboys. If you are one of those people, that's fine. You can have your opinion, obviously. Again, we see this elsewhere in life, sports, politics, etc. Tribalism is a thing. It's going to happen when anything's popular. And now that video games have become the number one entertainment industry in the world, you're going to have these sides, right? And you even had these sides back in the day, Sega, Nintendo, etc. We just didn't have social media as an outlet where we get to see this nonsense all the time. And it's nonsense, in my opinion, because as a gamer, even though I only have an Xbox right now, I don't game on PC, I don't have a PlayStation, and I haven't owned a Nintendo since Super Nintendo, personally. As a gamer, I still look at those games everywhere and can honestly say that they appeal to me, right? That I want to play them, even if they're in an ecosystem that I'm currently not a part of. I look at games and go, God, that looks freaking cool. I wish I had a PC. God, that looks amazing. I wish I had a PS5 right now. I can do that as a gamer. And I think that that's been lost in a lot of ways behind the fandom. And I think that that is where this stems from, Steel. But to me, specifically with HiFi Rush versus other games, of course we don't need a separating system. Now we have a people, because of the tribalism, trying to create a class system within gaming. That's my best way I describe it. Whether you guys agree or not, hey, again, that's another conversation. But they're trying to create a class system. And we've seen this start a long time ago. This has happened with Game Pass. Oh, you're poor, you're broke because you got to use Game Pass. You don't want to support the devs. We support the devs. We buy our games. We're happy paying $70 for a game. They're trying to create an elitism when it comes to gaming. And that also falls into, oh, you're not a real gamer unless you show me that you've beat this many games per year. If you don't beat games, you're not a gamer. I don't beat games. I freely admit I don't beat games. I'm a grazer, but I don't consider myself less of a gamer. Like that's weird to me. Like, because you beat 20 games this year, well, I played nearly 150 games this year. How are you going to rate that? You can't. That's an experience. Gaming is an experience. And you're certainly not going to tell me my experience is less than because of your experience as being different. I'm not going to get in that argument because I would never judge you that way. So I'm not even going to entertain that nonsense. But there's a group of people out here who want to do it because they want to think of themselves. Again, this is so foreign to me. Somehow, some way, we've turned video game playing, which is a hobby, which is an entertainment form. Now we're going to have some type of class system where you're going to tell me you're an elite gamer. This goes back to the conversation that Steel and I have had plenty of times here, where Steel, back in the day when he was a multiplayer gamer, competitive, that he thought of single player gamers as not the same level. Like,
you're the casual.
Yeah, it's casual. Right. This is an argument as old as time within the industry, but now with social media, now it's become this status thing where you're gonna equate video game playing to a status symbol. No, we're not gonna do that. I'm not gonna fall into this. HiFi Rush is a freaking fantastic game, and I can say that as somebody who played through the first level, beat the first boss, and uninstalled it because it's not a game for me. HiFi Rush should be up as right now an early contender. There's a lot of year left, a lot of games coming out in 2023. But as of right now, I said it from the beginning, this game will be in the conversation at the end of the year and should be up for Game of the Year awards. Now, again, there could be other games that come along that are even better than this, that are smaller games, whatever. I still think it should be in the conversation at the end of the year because this game did exactly what it was meant to do, Steel, and executed it to near perfection, which we don't get a lot these days, right? We don't get a lot of games that come out completely polished, nearly bug-free. I haven't heard anybody mention one single bug, and you know there's people out here searching for them. Not one single bug. The combat, the controls, flawless, according to most people. Very little issues that I've seen anybody say. It delivered exactly the experience that it was created to deliver. And it did it with style. It did it with flair. It did it with, people can say, well, this is retro. This is like a Dreamcast game. I take that as a compliment because we don't get that style of game. Again, there's a reason why Jet Set Radio to this day is still beloved. And why people still talk about it.
Not even that, but you're saying it negatively, like that
somehow takes away from it.
Like the game that you're playing in the way that you're playing it would have been possible on that system. Like, no, what crack are you smoking?
Right. No, the fidelity, and the performance. No, a lot of that would have suffered back in the day, right?
No way.
But again, it does not matter. I don't care. People try to downplay Vampire Survivors for what it was because, it looks like an NES game. Yeah, but you could never have done this on the NES. And it doesn't matter, even if it is a simple game, it doesn't matter if the game executes on its premise to the point where people are praising it and loving the hell out of it, which is the most important thing about entertainment is you're loving it. Again, I don't play games I don't love. I'll try games and determine whether or not I love them, but I don't continue playing them if I don't love them. I'm not one of those people. I see people out here every day talking about, I just got to finish this game. I just got to get through it. You don't. I don't agree with you.
Stop.
If that's a mental thing for you,
I hate that.
If that's a mental thing, though, that you put time into a game and you have to finish, that's your own thing. And I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but I'm just saying.
But it can't be.
You have a choice.
Oh, I got to finish this, or my friends are going to talk about me.
Right. Again, I can't buy in. Again, that's a you thing.
But your friends ain't helping you get money, are they?
Right.
Oh, but they want to talk about your gaming skills.
And are they paying for your time? No, they're not paying for your time either. And that's what you're giving up is your time. We all do this as gamers. Last night, I was an irresponsible gamer. I knew I had a show this morning. Got a show every Saturday with Steel Rain. I knew I need to get sleep. I'm not 20 years old anymore. I can't do all-nighters like I used to. When Starfield comes out, we're going to test that theory. But I can't do that anymore. I need a certain amount of sleep to be able to come here and come with energy and to do this show. And I did the irresponsible gamer thing, but that was my choice. I chose to do that. I chose to jump in. HiFi Rush has done exactly what John Johannes and that team over at Tango Gameworks set out to do. They wanted to create a completely different experience. And Steel, I've heard people say, oh, well, they're out of ideas, so they're just copying other games. Oh, look, it gives you a grading system, which has been done in Devil May Cry. It's been done in hundreds of games, you freaking morons. Every game can be taken from somewhere. There's very few and far between games that don't take from something. We heard this talk about Starfield when it was first showed. Oh, it's just Nomad Sky. Oh, fucking Christ. Listen, HiFi Rush certainly took inspiration from games. That's what creators do. Generally speaking, there's very few fresh ideas, completely 100% fresh ideas anymore because it's generally been done somewhere before, or aspects of it have been done somewhere before. That's in books. That's in movies. That's in everything.
Right.
HiFi Rush, however, created such a unique, high production value experience in the gaming space that it stands above the rest to many, many people. Not just a select few, many people, as shown by Metacritic, as shown by OpenCritic, as shown by the community. Just because it's only on Xbox and PC, you're not going to take away from that. You're not going to diminish it. Because again, this was on PlayStation. If it was on Nintendo, we would not be hearing this conversation right now, Steel. They are trying to create a separation, move the goalposts, create a class system, and say, nope, doesn't count. Shouldn't be considered amongst the best games in the world. Whether a game is small or whether a game is gigantic open world, it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Right.
It's here to entertain. And if it entertains at the highest levels, then it is worthy of the reviews. It is worthy of the praise. It is worthy of the community talking about it. It doesn't matter when it shows up, whether there's 100 first-party games out there or there's one first-party game out there. It doesn't matter any of that. The fact is it's entertaining. It's doing exactly what it was meant to do to a large amount of people. And yes, it can stand alongside your God of Wars, your Red Dead Redemptions, your Skyrims. It can stand right alongside of those as a game. We're not going to do this. Well, it's smaller. It's not really doesn't have realistic graphics. We're back to that again still. Every game's got to have realistic graphics. No. Games come in all forms. That's like saying, again, well, that book doesn't count because it's nonfiction. Listen, it's meant for a purpose, and it came in and it absolutely killed its purpose. John Johannes and the team at Tango Gameworks deserve all the praise. I believe that this early in the year, it definitely should be in the conversation for Game of the Year. And nobody can take that away, Steel. Hi-Fi Rush is a success on any metric level that you want to compare it. It is right there with the best of the best, and it should be.
Yeah.
And nobody can take that away.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that I knew that you were going to have that kind of take on it. It's the same kind of take that I have on it, especially coming off of, I did have to, and again, like Paul mentioned, I am, and I still find myself in a lot of aspects, and I can be completely honest in saying this, where I do find people who play single player games more casual, because they do tend to be more casual. You can stop, you can put it down, you can come back later, you can, address that game as you need to, right? Whereas multiplayer games, you can't do that. You're online, you have to be part of the action, you have to be, at least in my opinion, and this is, again, it's mine, I keep saying that, it's my own thing that I have to be at a certain level of how good I am at the game for me to be satisfied, right? That's a me thing. Again, it's because I am competitive. I do, and I look and I approach things in real life the same exact way. So it makes sense that I'm going to take that approach in gaming as well, where I want my satisfaction, my time, where I feel that I got my worth, is me feeling like I had to put in some effort, me feeling like, oh, normal's not good enough for me. I need to play it on hard, and I just need to learn how to play the game. It's also one of those things that me, another personal opinion is mine at least, is that devs when they make a game, they set it up on normal as how you can progress through the game with how the game's supposed to be. But I always have felt like, especially when I was younger, where they give you that hard option though, so that you could truly experience what they're trying to deliver with the game. Whether it be the monsters hitting a little hard or whatever the case, but it forces you to actually learn the game. And that's why I kind of came to the point to where, okay, maybe it's not just about what style of gamer or this, that, the other thing, or these other games being in its own thing, because also I didn't see the point in investing in single player games if it didn't have a multiplayer connected to it. Why? Because I like to throw myself in those worlds for extended amount of time. I don't like playing a single player game, playing it for 10 to 40 hours, and then boom, the experience is over. I personally don't like that all the time. Is it good for some people? Yes. But if you end up, and a lot of times it ends up being the case where you truly love the game, and before, where I didn't have money like that, I had to be choosy about gaming, to like now where it's different. I'm spending money on games that I most of the time don't end up getting to finish, not because I don't like the game, but because I have a fucking life, right? I can't sit here and say, hey, now if somebody's willing to pay me over $20 an hour to sit here and play games, hey, we might be having a different conversation. Hey, that might be low for some people. But if that was the case, yeah, I would sit here 8 hours. What game I need to play? Okay. But even that would drive me insane, because I still have a preference. I wouldn't want to be somebody that's playing games because I have to. That just doesn't make sense to me. It takes away the enjoyment out of it. It takes away the care for it. It takes away the whole reason I have a personal opinion about the industry. You can be, and that's the problem with journalism today, is that you can tell that people are very jaded. You can tell, it's written on their arms. They wear their heart on their sleeve. And some people speak in the right, and some people speak in the wrong. And some people speak in the middle because they don't know where they stand or who they are as a gamer. I get it. It's a job for you. But it's not a job for me. That's why I can come here and speak honestly and speak candidly and say, hey, this is how I feel about these things. I can say, hey, I think Nier Automata is one of the greater games that I've ever played, but up to a certain point, because of the type of gamer that I am, I did experience issues that maybe the common person wouldn't have ran into, which is fine. But I can also openly admit that, hey, I'm not going to say the game's trash now. Or Fortnite. For years, I used to say Fortnite was trash. Then they dropped no build, and I'm like, wow, this game is actually pretty decent. That's what it needed from me. No, it's not because I'm not good at building or I didn't care to take the time to be good at that.
Right.
Because that's a mechanic I didn't care for. I acknowledge that as a gamer. Why force myself if I'm not enjoying it? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's why, like, especially getting back into Black Desert Online, that's another point I wanted to bring up here on the show in this part of this conversation, because this is another thing that I think that hopefully you guys can carry over to other people. I personally don't like when people try to throw themselves in a game that they don't like that, or try to force themselves to play. I tell people all the time, hey, like, for instance, let's use Destiny as an example. Or no, we'll stay on Black Desert. Let's use Black Desert as an example. People say, hey, Steel, you want to play some, I'm going to jump into Black Desert. Okay, cool, jump in. I tell you, hey, you're going to need to do these things. And then if you do those things, boom, I can help you to be easy. Boom, we'll be good to go. If you don't do those things, I know that you don't genuinely care about playing the game. Or maybe you don't have time for it, which is fine. But that's not my problem anymore at that point. But we can't play together. It's not my problem if you find out, you come in, you join in, you're like, damn, I really just don't like this game like that. I don't like grinding. I don't like the world. I don't like Asian games like that. Well, look, man, I can't help that. And you shouldn't force yourself to have to enjoy it. If you don't like Hi-Fi Rush, great. You don't have to like it. And just because somebody rated it an 89 doesn't mean that it can't, doesn't mean that for whatever reason we need a separation, or there has to be a divide, or like Pong said, a class system of games and gamers.
And gamers, yeah.
That just, it makes absolutely no sense. The reason I will consistently give Vampire Survivors its praise, because it is a simplistic game that forced me, or got me to play 30 to 40 hours of it.
Right.
That's fucking crazy to me. A simplistic game that I expected nothing from was able to pull me in long enough for me to get a full experience out of. How can I regret that?
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. I also knew when my cutoff point was. Now, I don't see myself going back, because it's not typically my style of game. But I don't regret the $3 I spent on it. The game could have been $20, and I would have said, "Fuck, hey, that was a great $20."
Right.
Perceived value is always going to be your perceived value, but you don't get to justify because it's not of this quality bar. It's not worth this money. Again, Hi-Fi Rush is a game that sold at $30. It should have probably been a $60 game.
Could have been.
Could have been. But it's not.
But again,
$30, and it's in Game Pass. And you get a little discount if you want to get the DLC or whatever. The extra little package is $9, $8.99 if you got Game Pass. You have to know what you stand for, man. You have to know what your interests are. You have to know what you like, and you can't let other people try to jade your opinion on that. Again, that's why we'll always say, hey, yeah, find your people that you like listening to. But the other thing too, this is just be kind of, since I've gotten back into school and whatnot, listening and hearing certain other people too, because like Pong would tell you, I do like to frequent streets in many different places, because I do
dark
like
alleys.
Like I do like to get, I like to get an overall opinion, because a group of people can speak for a mass of people, and that's in many different ways. And I know how, and I like to think that I know how some people think, right? Especially once you get a certain basis down. And I've dealt with enough people in real life to kind of know how that works, which is why I say we take the educated consumer perspective. But you have to know what you're doing this for. Are you doing it to impress your friends? Or are you doing it because you have free time and you want to play some games? Yeah, I mean, if you got free time, you could go wash your car. You could go work out. You could go like work on a bike. You could model. You could do so many different things. You're playing games. Why are you doing it? And you don't have to feel like it's a waste if you're not playing certain types of games. that's the way you feel. Maybe you're not a gamer anymore, and that's fine. But there's a reason this is the #1 entertainment industry right now. There's a reason. And I do personally feel that gaming has something that no other form of entertainment has. And that's your time investment, physically. This is not just you watching something. Oh, yeah, I'm lost in this TV show. Ever since I've started gaming more heavily, TV has become more relevant to me. Mm-hmm. And you hear people all the time, oh, yeah, I just binged 3 hours of a show. Okay, well, I just spent 3 hours gaming. What's the difference? I could tell you the psychological differences. I could tell you the scientific differences. Mm-hmm. I'm working on hand-eye coordination consistently. I'm using brain power to think about what my strategy. RTS is a main example of that. You're always trying to think ahead. What's my next move? It's like chess. So I hate it when people are like, oh, you're just wasting your time. I'm fucking using more brain power than you are.
Right.
85% of the time.
You're consuming. We're interacting. There's a difference.
Thank you, Pong. That's that.
Yep.
You're consuming, we're interacting. That's the best way to, if I could put that on a shirt, that's what we need. You're consuming, we're interacting. But to be real, that is the difference.
Right. And I'm not going to judge anybody for that. If you want to consume. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you that you binge watching Netflix is lesser than me playing games. I'm not going to tell you that.
Don't make it seem, reverse that on me then.
Right. Correct. And that's what I'm saying.
What we're still, and that's what we're still dealing with.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
Which should and still be the conversation that we're trying to address versus, hey, we already have enough segregation between Asian, blacks, whites, Mexicans, whatever group of people that you fit in. So now let's take all this religion, politics. We have all the separation here in real life, but now let's bring that into our virtual world because I don't feel important in real life. Again, you do whatever you want, but I just don't believe that that's what this is for.
No.
Personally. And that's why I wanted to bring up this conversation. Hey, do you feel like games deserve different ratings? Hey, do you feel like these games should be judged differently? And again, my answer is also no. You should judge a game for being a game.
And it's for yourself. Again, through this conversation, it's a you thing. Speak for you. Stop trying to do like this whole, I'm going to speak for the community or we need to do. No, you speak for you. Like you said, Steel, if you don't like a game, that's fine. You can say, I don't like this game, but don't turn around and try to tell other people why they shouldn't enjoy it. Don't try to tell other people why a game shouldn't be considered alongside a God of War or Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll be honest. There's plenty of games out there that have been low scored, as you all know, AA games that I'd much rather play than a God of War. The new God of Wars. But there's people out there that tell me that that's crazy and you're not a real gamer and you obviously just are trash. You like trash games. No. What? No. It's my entertainment. It's what makes me happy. And that's the crazy part that we're to now, Steel, is again, this judgment level, this tribalism that has infected everything. Now that video games have gotten as big as they are, we see it here more so than ever before. And I hate it. Again, I don't have a problem with you disagreeing. I don't have a problem with you saying that you don't like something. I don't have a problem with that. And I have a problem, though, is when you try to bring me down for your ego to try to make yourself better than in video games. I will never understand that mentality. I can't roll with it. I can't roll with it. I just.
And me as a multiplayer gamer, it's like it falls even more in line with. It's like I'm not, and I definitely can't say that if we're not playing competitively, what are we measuring against? What difficulty you play games on? Who gives a fuck? Did you actually enjoy the game when you played it?
Right.
I like Souls games because it's competitive to me. I also enjoy that. Right. If I can understand why Pong feels like it's just you beating your head up against a wall, I get it. Like, because I feel like that sometimes, but I also since I enjoy that, I know that, hey, maybe I got to approach this thing. It's a different mental battle, different mental game than most other things. Fine.
Right.
I'm here for the conversation. I'm here to talk with people. I'm not here to say one way or another, this is the way things should be, but we just got to be fair and honest with each other. And that's the biggest.
Stop dividing the community, man. I hate it.
Yeah. Hey, Jacob, why are you timing people out? What's going on in here, man?
Who do you time out?
Oh, it's because he's Andrew's just being funny, saying something because he's more PlayStation centric, which is fine.
Oh, yeah, totally.
But because Tim timed him out for saying if you beat Ragnarok in 30 hours, then you played it on easy, aka Xbox fan level. Andrew, like,
don't
again. I can see where you're coming from in some aspects, and I say that too. People beat games on easy, say it's 5 hours long, and then I go play Kana on hard, and it's almost a 40-hour experience. And I do feel like there's more of something there than most other people, but gotta be careful. I wouldn't say that's Xbox fan level because there's plenty of people on all consoles who think that,
right,
or who play like that.
Right.
And they do it just to say they beat the game.
Right.
Did you really you enjoy it? And that's always going to be my thing. I don't care what difficulty you played it on. Don't say the game is trash because it was short. And don't also then turn around and say, hey, well, it wasn't that difficult.
Right.
Well, what'd you expect?
That's that's the talk out here, Steel, that we just got to get away from. Again, people were trying to say HiFi Rush is a 4 to 6 hour game.
Yeah, and then
really,
Nola Origins brought up a good point. He says, I enjoyed Horizon more than God of War.
Yeah, exactly.
I can understand why. I played Horizon Zero Dawn for 2 more hours than I did God of War 2018.
Right. Again, you can go down the list of everything. I'd rather play a 100-hour open world game than ever to jump back into another platformer again. One of the reasons why I got rid of HiFi Rush after I played the first level. Platforming was part of the reason.
But again, you can also acknowledge the game's not for you.
Right.
You know what you're looking for.
That's what I'm saying. There's a whole group of people that absolutely love platformers. There's a whole group of people that love Metroidvanias. I tried getting into Silk Song multiple times, right?
But it's not for you.
Indie gamer, like, oh, Pong, you gotta go try it again. Just give it a chance. Just get real.
Yeah, it's a good game. But,
and there's people who absolutely love that game. Absolutely think it's one of the best games of all time. Hey, and I'm going to try to sit out here and say, because it wasn't for me, that I'm going to sit here and say, you must like terrible games just because it wasn't for me. No, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, I'm going to say I completely understand why you think it's a great game, and I have zero problem with it, and it deserves the praise that it gets from the fans. Why does that suddenly take away from me? Why do people feel the need to build up their egos based around a plastic box or a certain style of game or whatever the case may be? Why do you guys feel what is so lacking in you that you need to develop your whole personality and ego around something that is entertainment? Like, to me, it's ridiculous, but we see it in sports. We see it everywhere. It's one of these human things, but I would say, man, you got to take a look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Because there's more to life than just that. There's more to life than just that. And if you're building up your ego around this, you gotta figure out what's lacking elsewhere, man, because this ain't it.
Yeah. This isn't where you find your ego at.
No. I mean,
even if it's not, even if you're
fragile,
even if you're successful in real life, you're making $1 million behind the scenes. Yeah. Why are you arguing with people online? Just because it's fun to you? Okay, sure. I get you. But be honest about you having fun, and it never has to go personal. Ever. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer says, hey, Pong, Witcher 3 still not your thing?
Oh man, no. I told you guys when I jumped back into Witcher 3 that I was getting back into it, that the combat was feeling much better, that what they had done definitely made it a different experience this time around. But as you can see, did it grab me as one of the greatest all times that I had to keep playing it? No, it didn't. Does that mean I won't jump back into it as a grazer again? No, of course not. It's still downloaded. I still have the disc in the series console, in fact. So it's always there for me. But again, that's me as a gamer. Some games, I'm all in. Grab me for 40, 50, 60, 80 straight hours. Cyberpunk, 100 and some hours before I took a break from Cyberpunk for a bit. Some games, 5 hours, and I'm out, right?
I mean, again,
but I'm going to go back to it. Midnight Suns. Midnight Suns took over my life at that point. That was the same time when Midnight Suns came out, and I played nearly 80 straight hours of Midnight Suns, right?
Yeah.
So that's what happens with me as a gamer, right? So that's why I never come on here and say, oh, there's few games. Cyberpunk was one of them. Starfield will be another one. I could tell you right now, Cyberpunk or Starfield, when it drops, that's all I'm going to be playing. Like that's like literally everything else will be gone, at least for the first week, if not longer, probably the first few weeks. Starfield will be it. Okay. So, but there's very few of those games that I can honestly say that about. So that's why I said I'm going to try to jump back into Witcher 3 and see how it is. Like I said, I really like the improvements. I do want to get back to it. It's just, it got lost in the shuffle again. That's all.
Yeah. And that's the same thing for me. I mean, like, again, I'm not one of the, I can't understand the concept of having to play a game for 10 hours for it to grab. It's the same thing with TV shows or movies or anything like that. With those mediums, you have even shorter of amount of time. But a lot of, like, for an example, a lot of TV shows, I'll give them, you got a couple episodes to see if I'm really into it. Movies, you got the first 30 minutes to really the first 10 to 15 minutes to see whether I'm going to continue to watch. For games, it's within the first few hours. If that game doesn't really grab you and make me think about it when I step away, maybe the game's not for me. And that's Witcher for me, man. I played again. I played Witcher 3 for the third time. I progressively spend a little bit more time in it every time. So first time was like 4 hours, second time was 6, and then the last time was 8. And I don't like it. It's not for me.
It's okay.
I don't know. I'm not that the game is bad, but I just felt it was bland in between. For me personally,
sure.
And a lot of people aren't going to feel that way. Oh, how can you say that? It's all this world. But again, when I have games like Black Desert to compare it to, or worlds that I would rather go spend that time in, right? It's hard to make the comparison. And of course, I'm going to jump at this. That's what happens.
It's personal taste, man. And again, as much as we like to think all these games have been played by everybody because there's so many people that talk about them, it's just not the case, man. Even Spider-Man, for as popular as Spider-Man is, not every person that owned a PlayStation played Spider-Man, even though sometimes it feels like that.
Nope, they didn't.
Nope,
they didn't.
Nope. So again, it's just personal. Know yourself as a gamer, like Steel says. I've had games that didn't grab me right away that I continued to play because I saw potential.
Right.
That eventually did turn into
but you had to
a great
see
game for me.
Saw it. Right?
I saw something there. There was something there that grabbed me, right? There was something. But like Steel said, you got to make that choice because it's time and I could be playing something else, right? That's what it's always about with gamers, especially gamers who enjoy a lot of different games. Again, there's your Call of Duty, Madden only players. That's cool. Right. Absolutely. You know yourself as a gamer. No, I'm not.
I like to play. I like to play many different games because I like games. I like completing games, but I'm not going to sit here and kick myself and be mad because but anyway, with that being said, that was an amazing and fantastic conversation. Just like we do kind of consistently on here where we don't always talk about everything that's going on just in the industry. Although I do feel like the community is part of the industry, right? What's going on through it, in it. Sure. It's the ebbs and flows of it all. So that's why I will continue to bring up these conversations here on the show. And hopefully you guys enjoy that. I saw a lot of people having good conversation on here because just people have different opinions. They come from different walks of life, and people are going to enjoy what they enjoy. But let's be careful about timing people out just because they're just having a good time. They're not attacking anybody. We got to be able to be poke fun with each other, right? Hey, well, the Xbox fan likes easy games. I can also say the Xbox fan is probably better at Call of Duty than a PlayStation fan is. because we've always had to pay to play online. You're going to have a different standard when you've had to pay to play, in most cases, that I've scientifically have found out over the years of doing my research. But, and that's just to have fun, right? Nothing to be that. Shane G says, I'm a bot, LOL, and I don't care what anyone plays. I just hate the Twitter hive mind. Cool to hate on games. Saw it with Forspoken, Gotham Knights, now seeing it with Redfall. Yeah, and again, like I mentioned earlier, Shane, I was one of the main proponents in Pong 2 about our interest for Forspoken, and that hasn't swayed me. I don't care what anybody else says, because I, as a gamer, based off the previous conversation we just had, I know what I'm into. I like Final Fantasy 15. A lot of people didn't like Final Fantasy 15. So the likelihood that I'm probably going to like this game is a little bit higher than normal people. Casper also somebody I trust because he is of my echelon of gamer, as far as difficulty and how he approaches games, also had a good time with it. So that, and it's not even a cultural thing for him, where it's more so cultural for me and whatnot, and seeing that representation, and just having a good game being played. I'm approaching a little bit differently. He found fun in it. So if that's the case, I can imagine I'm going to have a good time. Same thing with Harry Potter. It's same thing with all of us.
He's 100%ing it. Jasper was going back and doing all the collectibles of Forspoken.
And I'm not going to do that. So it's
but that's Jasper, right? Yeah. But that, again, the hate train is real. Steele and I have talked about that plenty. We had big conversations about that when Cyberpunk came out, and the hate train for Cyberpunk, we were on, and it was just cool. Again, you're spot on, Shane G. And you know it, brother, because you freely admit you're an Xbox. The hive mind exists in a lot of places. Social media has blown that up dramatically, and everybody gets on it, and it's cool to hate on something. It's cool to do this, and it does roll. And there's people out there who honestly just jump into it because they want to be a part of the conversation. And that's a big problem, especially with games. That's why a game like HiFi Rush shadow dropping was so important. Because that hate train never got a chance to get rolling. Because the same conversation we were just talking about, had they shown off HiFi Rush, would have been going on for 6 months, a year. People would have been bashing it. People would have been talking about it. It would have had a chance to gain momentum. But you see, HiFi Rush circumvented a lot of it because of how they dropped it and gave it to the gamers as a surprise. And guess what? The gamers loved it. And the love train for HiFi Rush became more powerful than any hate train could get up to speed with. Whereas Cyberpunk, man, that became. And
to be completely honest with you guys, like, I like that approach versus giving it out to the reviewers and them saying, because things have changed over the years, guys. Like, valuing reviewers the way that we used to, I don't think we need to. I actually wouldn't mind if a lot of games got shadow dropped nowadays, just off the case that let the people decide whether they fucking like it or not.
Or review copies go out late. Or review copies go out the day before, right? Yeah. And again, we got to get out of that mentality. Oh, they're hiding the reviews because it's going to be bad, blah, blah, blah. If more studios start doing it, big studios with big games, and again, that's why I think Todd's going to hold true. Again, we'll see. I think that Todd could hold true and not give out Starfield until the same time when the game drops, and it's going to take reviewers weeks to catch up, and gamers are going to have a chance to be praising it or taking it down, right? And saying this is not good before the reviewers have a chance to spoil the gamers with their own opinions on the game. I think that Starfield could be the next one that drops, and they don't get review codes until late, Steel. And they just let the game speak for itself versus having people speak for it.
It would be interesting to see. And I know saying that's kind of it's a double-edged blade too.
I thought it's going to be shadow dropped.
Yeah, not shadow dropped or whatever, but have very minimal time to be reviewed or whatever the case. It's just, I know it's a double-edged blade because, of course, as a consumer, you want an idea of what you're jumping into. I get it. I definitely feel you. And companies, but there is also something to be said that companies should do better representing what game that they're releasing, right? If they're doing shady practices, and for an example, if we do
Cyberpunk,
big example, although as much as me and
it was previous gen. It was a previous gen.
It was definitely a previous gen game. But as much as I would want, there to be less time for reviewers to give this negative impact, or just for them to judge games, because again, it's been blatantly made more obvious that there are people reviewing games that they don't even care about or have any passion for. So that's also a very jaded thing to do. But there is something else for us. It's like, it is something special, not necessarily special. We also have to address the problem with people not giving us a vertical slice. Hey, this is what the game is.
Yeah.
Pitching it as something else. Like me and Pong saw some gameplay of Hogwarts behind the scenes that was just like, that's not, I don't remember the gameplay we seen looking like that. Right. And me and Pong thought for about, it was probably a week or two, where it was just like, what the hell? Or it's like, what the hell happened? And then we saw more people dropping more information about the game who have actually played it from start to finish. And it was like, that verified to me right then. I was like, okay, no, the game doesn't look like what we saw. It looks like, okay, great. That's fine. I'm good to go. I'm still day one on it.
Yeah, you got to control your narrative.
Right.
The devs got to do a better job of controlling narrative.
1,000.
And again, and
1,000%.
That's all part of it. And again, I said a long time ago when we started talking about different ways that the industry is changing and all this stuff, I wouldn't mind that games don't show their face until very close to launch. I wouldn't mind that at all. Like back in the old days when we didn't know about a game until Game Informer or EGM came out and said, oh, here, we're playing this new game that's going to be dropping in 6 months, right? We used to get that all the time, and we wouldn't see it until it was in its best light. But they never talked about it either, like HiFi Rush. HiFi Rush was in development since 2017. We didn't know a damn thing about it. Nothing. I don't need games announced years ahead. Sure, would I like it?
It's nice. I like to be teased, for sure.
Sure, but I understand if the industry starts moving away from that and we go back to the older days where we didn't hear about a game until it was really close and they could control the narrative and show it off in its best light. I'm all for that. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting going forward, though. HiFi Rush is an interesting experiment, and we'll see what it does. Game Pass is the other equalizer in all this stuff.
It is.
Because like you said, there's a group, especially on the more masses, the casual side, that doesn't pay attention. Yeah. That needs those reviews from IGNs of the world. Yes. As much as we don't like it, they need that to dictate whether or not they should be excited for a game or be looking forward to a game or plop down money for a game.
Right.
But with Game Pass, it equalizes that because you can do what you did with HiFi Rush, have 20 to 30 million people have access to it instantaneously with no risk. And they can just download it and judge it for themselves. They don't have to think about a review. They don't have to think about going and looking up information on it. They can just download it and say, hey, this looks cool. I'm going to check this out. And then instantly have a neutral judgment on their own thought process versus having somebody have already told them or influenced them on what they should think about that game. That's where Game Pass is extremely, extremely valuable because it circumvents that whole system. And I think that that's something that we may see Microsoft use more in the future now that HiFi Rush has shown them that it works. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be really dope to see if that ends up playing out that way. Yeah. Again, I do think we're moving in a good direction as far as the future for gaming. But I also think that we do need to start holding the publishers or the companies more accountable for what they're doing. Again, EA with Battlefield 2042, you can't 6 months later, you're getting your game back to where it probably should be. You introduce the class system. But that's the thing, though. Right. Like, you're doing what you've always done and you're expecting different results.
But they got hurt this time. Right? People are done.
Yeah.
People are done with it, and it destroyed the Battlefield. I mean, they had been given chance after opportunity for about 5-6 years with different iterations that they did that with Steel. And finally, the community said enough's enough. And EA felt it. EA heard it, right? And so hopefully that won't happen again. Hopefully Zampella will change that dynamic where, Battlefield always comes out broke. I mean, me and Mav have talked about this. You and I have talked. Battlefield always comes out broke, but they fix it eventually. They don't have that. They don't have that luxury anymore. Steel. They don't. People have too many other games out there to draw their attention now. You can't do that anymore.
And speaking of that, I mean, we've seen there's been a round of games kind of actually closing too. Speaking of having a lot of different things to play, Knockout City is one of those among that. I think the Apex Mobile is another one that's part of that.
Apex Legends Mobile, Battlefield Mobile, and Rumbleverse were all just announced to be shuttering, and Crossfire X.
And and I saw Crossfire X post. I think that was today that I saw
yesterday. They posted it yesterday. Yeah.
So you see that just because you make a live service game doesn't mean that your game is going to be good. The other game too, Raina Jez talked about this yesterday, is Rumbleverse. Rumbleverse is closing down too.
That's what I just said.
Oh, you just said my fault. For some reason I didn't hear that.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, so that proves to you where it's just like, man, it doesn't always work out for people. And depending on your style of game, you're fighting for attention. I do think it's kind of weird when you're not paying attention to what the audience is playing. Because whether we see it or not, just because the average game is above 30 right now, right around the age of 30 or a little bit above 30, like 32 or so, doesn't mean that the new generation of gamers is not being pitched to. Because the only reason I'm as invested as I am in gaming is because of when I was younger and the games that we were getting and how everything was evolving. Now, gaming is evolving again. They have to be able to pull in that crowd. That Fortnite is not going to live forever in its current state. There is going to be something else that comes along to change what we know as gaming, especially when it comes to multiplayer. It's going to be something. Now, Battle Royale could be the end-all to be-all for every game coming forward. That still could be the case, and it could be done better. Again, I'll be the main proponent to sit here and say, and every time, people want to play Halo. You are playing a Battle Royale. Battle Royales became so popular, and I've said this here before, that all people want to do is play Halo. The number one complaint was, damn, I got to fight through your shields and armor to kill you. Now you're fighting through shields and armor to kill people, and it's the number one most played game mode across the board in gaming. Other than hero shooters or hero-based games like Dota or League of Legends, Overwatch, unless you're games like that, which is still more so in the first-person shooter genre than Dota and League of Legends. That's some mobile, which is completely different.
MOBA, different.
And a little bit more able to get into. So, and hero shooters are mobile. But there's just so much on the outside of it, man.
Well, it's interesting, Steel, because this conversation came up yesterday when all this news started dropping over the past couple of days about these studios or these games closing down, and whether or not games as a service are dying, whether or not we are seeing signs that games as a service is going to stop, and Ty Guy Travis from IGN and also Seasoned Gaming, shout out to those guys over there.
Right.
But Ty Guy Travis, I don't always agree with his takes, but he's been in the industry for a long time. He's done tons of work, obviously. So he finally did a thread yesterday because he was kind of going back and forth with some people, and he finally said, "Look, there's a lot of conversation going about this, so let me make a thread." I know I'm going to paraphrase here, but he said that games as a service is not dying. What you're just seeing is that people are trying. These companies, these big publishers, are trying a bunch of different things to capture it. It just basically shows that games as a service is a hard nut to crack at the end of the day, that you have to have the right formula. But these publishers aren't going to stop because the ROI, the return on investment, if you hit with one of these,
it's through the roof.
It is ridiculous because these games, even though we sell a bunch of them closing down, they didn't cost these publishers anywhere near a AAA budget. Like these games are, sure, they still cost money. Right. And sure, they obviously are closing down because they didn't see the return on investment, but they're still going to chase that. And we're still going to see more. Again, Sony just reconfirmed 12 games as a service by 2025. So games as a service, whether you like them or hate them, and I'm in the camp that I like them.
Yeah.
I personally like that. I wouldn't want to see the entire industry become games as a service, of course. No. I'm not saying that, but I enjoy games as a service because, again, it gives me the opportunity to jump into the game for no cost, generally speaking. And then I get to judge the game, kind of like Game Pass games. I get to judge the game and determine how much time and how much money I'm going to invest in them.
Right.
So for me, I like it. I think it's cool because more experiences come along and I can see for myself, like no risk, like if I like it or not, like Naraka, Blade Point, right? Got to play with Steel for, I probably put 15 hours, 20 hours in Naraka,
like
right? Something like that. Had a great time with it. Don't knock the experience at all. Had a great time. It was one of the first battle royales I actually enjoyed. And so I say that was great. Now, did it grab me where I needed to invest in it? No, but I was thinking about it at a time.
Right.
Steel was there when I was going, ooh, I'd really like this outfit. Like, I really like this outfit. Do I buy it? But then I was real with myself and I said, am I going to keep playing this game? No, I'm not going to keep playing this game. Something else is going to grab my attention. But again, games as a service is going to continue to be a thing because for a developer or publisher that is looking for something monetizing wise that they can hit on, it's going to continue to be an interest point for them because they know, as I just said, the ROI on one of those, if you make it right, is huge. But it is interesting that a game, I won't say Battlefield because Battlefield doesn't have the popularity it once did, but Apex Legends closing down, that's interesting to me that they couldn't even hit on the mobile side. Now we know Call of Duty's been hitting on the mobile side. Yeah. We obviously know Fortnite is played mobilely by millions of people. Interesting that even something as big as Apex couldn't crack it, right? They couldn't break through. So there is going to be trial and error here. And I think the publishers may pull back from throwing so many things against the walls, talking to you, Ubisoft. But then you got new places like Sony who needs some games as a service that are going to throw a lot of stuff. 12 games by 2025 is a lot. They're going to try to make it work and they're going to see what works. But I think some of the other companies that have already experienced it are going to draw back a little bit, be more selective in what they put out there. But this isn't a dying breed, I don't think, Steel. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't think live service games are of a dying breed, and they shouldn't be. Again, it just doubles down on the point that not every live service game is going to attract everybody, and I don't think that they should. But that's also along the lines why I say the exact reason why you brought up that, if you hit with one, it just pays its dividends because, again, any company, if they're able to get a live service game up and running and hitting, it literally can fund all of their other projects and you get better and more games from that.
Final Fantasy 14, Square Enix Enix would be dead without Final Fantasy 14.
Now, again, they do have their low moments and it does show where they are at MMO wise, but it's also an MMO where you're trying to get, again, Final Fantasy, just like Elder Scrolls Online, you're paying a subscription service for these games a month. And it's kind of hard to justify that if there's not content coming or if you're at end game or whatever the case, you have to do other things to get people pulled in. And the only reason I brought up Final Fantasy 14, like you did, Pong, is because they did have a lower year because they didn't have any content that dropped last year. So it wasn't as what they were expecting, but it happens. Live service is extremely hard to do. Again, that's why I'll always, talk
Halo
about
Infinite.
Destiny. Well, Halo Infinite too. Yeah, but it's part of the reason why I talk about Bungie and Destiny. As much praise as you want to give Bungie, they still haven't nailed it. Now, they've nailed it in such a way where they release new content and millions of people will come back and play. You can't ignore that. That's something special. Nobody else can do. I don't think, no matter what Halo Infinite does, I don't think they're going to bring back millions of people when they release new content. I believe it's going to take maybe 100,000 people, and then those 100,000 people say, "Hey, this is fucking great now," and then boom, it goes like that. Destiny is just man. We know when the content's back popping, we're good. We're good to go right back on that ball.
And as long as as long as you build a base, right, Steel?
Yeah, that's true.
You could. That's the other thing that people don't realize is that games as a service. There's so many of them out there that we don't even know or think about on a daily basis. 100%. But they've built themselves a base that is supportive that can continue forward. ESO is the perfect example. ESO started out terrible, right? But they built up a base to where they're comfortable to now it's actually one of the most played MMOs on console.
Yeah.
They get 2 to 3 million people per month. But at any given moment, I looked it up last night because we were going through numbers. There was 19,000 people on ESO on Steam. Yeah. Right? That's a solid base of people. It may not be gigantic, but obviously ESO continues forward. They're coming out with new DLC. Like you said, Steel, they dropped that new DLC. Everybody comes back, spends money, and then the people fall off, but your base is still there. And maybe you've picked up some more people as a base as well. So you don't have to be the biggest thing. You don't have to be a Fortnite to survive. You just have to get to a point where it's sustainable and that makes sense from an investment standpoint to continue forward. And that's not as hard as saying, oh, we got to take down Fortnite or we got to become the next PUBG or whatever the case may be. That doesn't necessarily have to be the end goal. Of course, everybody would love it, but that doesn't have to be the end goal. You just have to build up a solid base of hardcore rabid fans like BDO, where you're always going to have people coming and going, but it's consistent. And I think that's where Final Fantasy is. That's where BDO is. That's where ESO is. Those games show you don't have to be the biggest thing in the world to still be successful in this kind of genre. And that's why companies and publishers are still going to continue to try it, and they're going to continue to move forward. They're just going to be more selective. I think the ones that have failed will be more selective going.
But I think I do think it proves another good point too, that not all games need to live forever.
No,
like that's just not the case. Now, games like Knockout City, where they are refunding the people their money, I mean, that does tell me that the game or Rumbleverse, the same thing, where they're refunding people. I mean, now that tells me that the game didn't make money as it should have. But again, if you played that game for 100 hours, can you say that you regret that experience now because they're taking the game away, or because the game is dead now? Or is that how you look at it? Yeah. I'm just different on that, to where that's how I look at. Like, if BDO said, "Hey, we're closing our servers down tomorrow," I'd be a little slightly upset because I got some money invested in there. It'd be disappointing. I'd be like, fuck. But if they've turned around, well, we're closing it down to make BDO 2, well, I'd be like, well, I'm going to be there once, so there's that. You know what I mean? But if they permanently close it down, I can't say after 1,500 hours that, fuck, man.
How do you get my money's worth?
I beyond got what my money's worth. Yeah, even the additional money that I've spent, I've gotten way more than I was ever anticipating in getting out of this game. And I feel like that's something that's important too. So as we move more into the future, we're gonna see, man. Again,
gaming is huge. We just don't realize it. It's our community is such a small thing, and we talk about certain things, but the gaming Warframe. Nobody talks about Warframe unless you're a player. Nobody talks about Rocket League. Obviously, you're a Rocket League player, right? Rocket League came and went as far as talking about it in the community, but there's still billions of people who play Rocket League all the time, right? It's just crazy, bro. Like, again, it just makes you realize how big things are as far as an industry goes when you start talking about these games that we just don't talk about on a daily basis because we're not playing them, right? But they're there, and they're doing well. They're being successful. They're coming out with new expansions. They're doing all this shit. Again, World of Warcraft been around for how long now, Steel? 20 years?
Forever. To the point that now they got a classic version and fucking the new version.
Right. But is World of Warcraft talked about like it once was? No, in that community it is, and it's making a comeback and people are excited, but do we talk about it on a daily basis? No, because Steel and I are playing World of Warcraft. Yeah. Right? It's crazy. Jez talks about it because he plays it, but that's it.
Yeah, he plays it off and on. So it's like,
millions of people playing it. One of the biggest games of all time.
It definitely puts things in perspective, but that's also why I feel like, you can't be so judgmental about everybody or try to put people in a box. But you do have to build up a group of people that do play games the way that you do, right?
Sure.
Or play games the similar style that you do, so that you can find your group of people. That's more important than anything else. Not trying to fit in with people that are forcing you to play games.
Enjoy what you want to enjoy. Is Roblox considered a God of War killer, like one of the best games all time? No, but Roblox is fucking huge.
Yeah.
It's fucking gigantic.
It literally lets you do whatever you want, man. Kids love it.
it's just stupid. And again, that's where you got to take a step back sometimes, like Steele says, the RTS view, the satellite view, and look at the industry as a whole if you want to get a good perception. Otherwise, you have a very microscopic view of actually what's happening out here. All these arguments about whether or not Hi-Fi Rush it should be in the same category as God of War, all this nonsense. Bro, the gaming industry is so gigantic. It's just ridiculous, and we lose sight of that when we're in these little community bubbles all the damn time. That's why Steele and I always try to have these conversations, because then it's conversations that not everybody's having, and it's like then you realize, rarely,
honestly,
right. Then you realize exactly what's being missed out there in a lot of these conversations, fighting over 5 million sales when you got 3 times you got 10 times that playing Minecraft right now. Like, it's just stupid. It's just stupid, right? So I think that's where we lose perspective. And so great conversation still.
No, 100%. I guess that does kind of lead us into, we talk about live service games and everything, talking about ones that are closing. There are some funny things going out, whether Xbox asking if you are sending out a survey trying to determine whether you're actually playing Halo or not. I thought it was fake, but it's actually real, which is kind of funny.
It's crazy. They asked if you have confidence in 343.
Oh, I didn't see that part. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
They actually flat out asked, do you have confidence in 343 in making Halo?
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. That's Halo's in a very strange place, man. And again, the more and more information that we get from it, I hope one day we get a book or something behind the scenes to say what kind of happened, because I do think it is a good example of too many cooks in the kitchen, not having a general focus, nobody being able to. It literally is the story of the Titanic. The more and more I hear of it, to where weren't paying attention that there was a rock there. Fucking big ass mountain, like what the hell's going on? And just heading for it anyway, and then taking the damage, and then trying to patch up the hole and keep moving. It's extremely unfortunate. I can't speak negatively on Halo because I don't play Halo enough. I don't play Halo the way I used to. Just haven't. And that's kind of been a thing for me since Halo 3 released. And Halo 3 is a golden age for a lot of people for Halo. But
Pinnacle.
I also was playing Battlefield. I also was playing Call of Duty. I also was playing other games as Halo continued to evolve. And I continue to love Halo the exact same way that I love the original trilogy. But I don't take anything negative away from Halo personally, because I do still think that the game, for everything that it's been through, it's still a 9 out of 10 for me.
Right.
Regardless of what's happened, because in today's society, you can put whatever your own personal beliefs on Halo, all you want, but comparative to other games, Halo is the only game that has to do everything.
Right.
It does. And that's also part of the problem. If you don't have a vision and you have a game that has to do everything right, that is the destination for failure. How can you steer a ship for something that has so many different compartments that you don't understand or care for? Again, split screen not being there day one, for an example. Forge not being there again. No, they don't. They have these issues before, and they came in whatever. And I'm not going to be the guy to sit here and speak negatively on Halo. This is not a bad experience.
Oh, God.
I put over 100 hours into Halo, at least, from what I can remember. And I don't regret the time that I spent with the game. Do I want to keep playing? Sure. But I'm playing other games also.
It's a different time, too.
It's a completely different time. When Halo exists, like, people want Halo to exist the same way it did before. And that is just not going to happen.
Well, we had the conversation, too. We both believed it could.
It could.
We both believed that it could have, because we talked about the King returning. We talked about this before launch, even with all the problems. Hey, they get this right, everybody's going to remember what Halo truly is, because the fan base is rabid. There's a big fan base that love Halo, that want to play Halo. but they got to get it right. But we talked about the fact that it might return to glory, that it might even topple Call of Duty at a point, right? That it was possible. It had the potential to do that. And I had, as a casual Halo fan, I had faith that it could do that. But obviously, like you said, Steel, it was a Titanic. They hit the iceberg, and they didn't have enough lifeboats. And if that's going to happen, then no, because it is a different time in the industry, because you don't have, like I was just talking about with Battlefield, you don't have the luxury of necessarily fixing everything on the go anymore, because people will turn away because they have other things to play now. The time is limited, and there's so much more as far as content goes now in gaming. So much more than it was back when Halo was the pinnacle of gaming for first-person shooters. That time has come and passed, and now you have to get things right. And like you said, Steel, they have the responsibility, because of what Halo was, what Halo's tradition has been, of making a much more complete experience than is expected out of pretty much any other game out there.
Period.
Because of that expectation, the weight of that expectation, if you don't have it right out the gate, this is what happens. This is what's going to happen to you. And when you've got the turmoil, the inner turmoil, you've got the management issues that we now know were real, that people wanted to say weren't real, this is what happens. And now you got to rebuild.
And again, Poison Maniac says, I wonder if they needed a support studio with 343 for games as a service Halo. And I don't necessarily think it was that. It's just, again, if you do not have a captain that is overseeing everything and making sure you're headed toward not even a general direction, towards the right direction that you charted out and made sure that you were going to make it to that destination, Halo is the worst game to have all those issues with.
Right. On top of that, part-time sailors who come and go because you contract out all the work. That was another huge issue, because you're shifting, again, talent coming, leaving, bringing in new talent, getting them retrained, working, and then leaving again, and then bro, that's not a recipe for success. It's not.
And then we're hearing people had different visions for Halo, and they wanted it to be this, and then they wanted it to be that, and then there was no vision. And you wonder,
no clear cut.
You wonder why there's no proper rank system. Oh, Halo 2 and 3 had this. Why did they had it under a Bungie? Why couldn't 343? Again, like I feel you. But we are in a completely different time. Completely different rules that get applied to. Some games do have different rules that they have to abide by and live through. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And again, I'm not going to be a proponent for saying that Halo's shitty. It's not. If you think that Halo's shitty because you can't put 1,000 hours into it, hey, man, that's a conversation we can have. I'm down to talk about it. I also play Halo at a certain level. At least I like to think that I do. And the things that I complain about, like desync and stuff like that, is more important to me than anything else. Is one of the reasons why I put the game down. Because as a higher level player, I don't like playing higher level people at a disadvantage. That makes no fucking sense. So when you have those types of issues that you cannot have in a game that has become more of a hardcore arena shooter style game, your hardcore base is not going to want to stay. We talk about games just being fun. You have to have all this content. You got to be leveling up. Why can't games just be fun anymore? Games like Halo are online experiences. Don't knock the online experience. If you don't hit it out of the park, you're not going to hit it. And in today's day and era, it's just different. The potential could have been there all it wanted to. Yeah. But the fact that the game came together the way that it did, and I still find the game to be a 9 out of 10. Again, absolutely. I am a Halo fan. Right. I liked 4 and 5 for what they were. I'm not saying they were perfect. No. Every Halo game to me, outside of 2 and 3, are 9s. 2 and 3 are 10s. Across the board. But every Halo game I've played has been a 9 at least. Multiplayer and single player combined, because I treat them as, hey, what is this experience giving me? Okay, boom, this is what it's giving me. And I value my time in such a way that, hey, if I spend 100 hours in this world, the only thing I could be mad at is that I can't spend more time because there isn't enough for me to do because I did everything. Fuck, that almost sounds like a personal problem when you sit and evaluate it to yourself. I mean, shit, man. I mean, maybe if I was a casual, only had one day to play, they're not having problems reaching the content, but they are listening to people who are. And now you have this negative connotation. Oh man, this game's trash because it doesn't have all these things, although they haven't even done everything in the game.
Right.
It's a even flow that has a very, very deep troughs in a lot of different areas. And I'm not saying that Halo got treated properly. Yes, this is Xbox's Mario, Sonic, whatever character that you want to throw up on that mantle. Halo is that. But Halo also deserves time, care, effort to be treated a little bit differently. Continue to try to put the game out there as the end all to be all for first person shooters. I personally think it's a mistake. I think after Halo 3 that they made a mistake by not expanding it out. When they put Chief to sleep in the cryo chamber, I feel like they missed out an opportunity to expand the universe from that point.
Okay. So now they missed. So now Steel. Now they have the opportunity. So let me get your opinion, because we've talked about this plenty, because again, whether it was when we thought there was problems or when we found out there was problems and where we wanted Halo to go and all this kind of stuff. And again, I asked you and I asked Mav this on PM and the PM. We had a big discussion about this. Now, Steel, where it stands today, with all the information that has now come out, they are solely focused on supporting the multiplayer through Slipspace, but it's now all but officially confirmed that they are moving to Unreal, at least for the time being, with certain affinity. The Battle Royale, Tatanka, codename Tatanka, might become bigger than what it is.
Hope so.
But Halo, as you sit here, as the Halo fan you are, and you now know where everything kind of has settled, they now have a opportunity for a fresh start. So let's say that the Unreal stuff is true, and we're, whatever percentage you want to put on, 75, 90% sure that Unreal is real, that this is going to happen, that Halo is moving in a completely new direction. Where do you want it to go now, Steel? What do you want them to do with Unreal and Halo?
I just want them to make the best Halo game that they can in Unreal. If you're going to use Unreal, I'm not going to say it's not going to feel like Halo, because you can make Halo feel like, I mean, the things that make Halo unique is having those central elements, having it feel like you're in a HUD, making it feel like you're in a helmet, the guns, the way that they shoot, the way that they feel. And I believe a lot of those elements that you can bring, you can do that in a lot of different engines, right? And I don't think Unreal would be a bad place to do that, especially with the type of style of game that Halo is, right? It's futuristic, you use a lot of alien tech and things of that nature. A lot of those things that Unreal is pretty good at. If you want an example of that, go to Doom. Look at what Doom is able to do. I'm not saying that it needs to be Doom. No, Halo doesn't need to be Doom. The same way I don't need Halo to be Quake. I don't need Halo to be COD. I don't need Halo to be... I didn't like when they were doing those things. I like Halo because it's Halo. People... I need it to be the best version of itself, and I really hope that certain affinity is, if they did switch to Unreal, is at least close to bringing whatever, if it's the Battle Royale that's rumored, quote unquote, I hope they are able to bring that life in a good state in Unreal. Because to be quite frank, for Halo not to have a Battle Royale mode is a supreme fail, because you're taking the one game, again, that people complained about. That was the disadvantage that Halo had compared to Call of Duty back in the day. Oh, I play Call of Duty because I don't have to shoot through people's armor. That was the argument that I always heard about Halo. Oh, I don't play it because, it's shields and I don't like all that futuristic spaceman shit. But you saw how Call of Duty went. Okay. Now we have battle royales bigger than ever. You're constantly putting armor on. You're shielded up in Fortnite, drinking chugga-jugs and doing all this extra shit. When that's all based off of Halo. That, it would be beyond me to think that the shielding system was not born out of Halo. It had to be. That somebody else, I've been saying this since battle royales existed, where now y'all want to play Halo all of a sudden. That's exactly what it is. And it's the perfect game for it. To have that mode exist and it to really thrive and become something extravagant, where all the skins you saw in Master Chief Collection and the stuff they put in Halo Infinite and the stuff we've seen in Halo 2 and 3 for the multiplayer, they can put all that in a battle pass and do it for years and they have the content. You can literally rehash all the content you've had in Halo. Everything that you brought through the lore. Gave it its customizations in a battle royale type game mode, and it would have hit out the door. That was in a focus, right? And I hope that Certain Infinity with Unreal is able to nail that. If that's what you're working on, this is almost, for a lot of people, going to be the last opportunity for Halo to grab. Because if it does not grab at this point, it is going to get bucked off. Halo does not continue to exist for its single player. As much as I love it, as much as Mav love it, as much as anybody else who loves Halo, Halo does not continue to exist for its single player. It continues because of its multiplayer, the way it's always been. Always. Of course, we want other good things around that, of course. But the main component of its multiplayer. You have to give people what they want right now. That's giving them an option to play games in a different way. Arena shooters are not going to work these days. There's more people playing Warzone than there are playing traditional Call of Duty.
Sure.
That's just a fact. Now, there are more people playing traditional Call of Duty now because it is in a better space, at least to me. Like, yeah, I have a good time playing multiplayer. I can also be honest to say, because of how things have evolved, I'm max ranking Call of Duty right now.
Right.
I don't feel a need to go back unless, which they just recently put third person back in. But I don't feel like I need to go back because there's nothing keeping me in. I'm not a person that's going to sit here and level up guns all day. No, I like to shoot. That's what I like to do. Yeah. The aesthetic of the guns, that should be a forethought. That should be, I'm just playing the game and unlocking stuff. That's a good feeling to me. When I make it a chore, it doesn't become fun anymore. It becomes a chore. I hate that feeling in games. I hate that. But Certain Affinity, if all the rumors are true, they have the perfect opportunity, especially people who are familiar with Halo, directly familiar. I'm talking about hands in. They have the perfect opportunity to show what people, the possibility, and I think that Halo has a chance to make that impact that Halo 4 had. When you looked at it on the, was it 360? And you looked at it, it was like, bro, how is this graphically possible? I think that that's what they're working towards now, and they have the perfect opportunity to do it right here. Well, Unreal doesn't have to be the end all to be all, but this could be an example to demonstrate why it may be well worth it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Max Holberman, the head of Certain Affinity, he was originally part of the crew at Bungie.
Yeah.
So if anybody's going to be able to do it, it's going to be him and Certain Affinity, right? Because they know what they're doing over there, and that's why they're so important to Xbox. But outside of Certain Affinity now too, Steel.
Yeah.
You said that, when they put Chief to sleep in the past, they had a perfect opportunity to expand the universe.
Yeah.
You want to see, obviously we know we're not going to get a mainline Halo probably for a long time, right? We know that this reset is going to take a while, and we're probably not going to see another mainline Halo story.
Yeah.
Do you want to see other companies, third parties come in and potentially work on the universe.
Yeah, as long as they're going to put their best foot forward. There's so many. Chief is great. I love Chief. I love John 117 and everything that he brings to the story. And we still have not had a good representation in gaming, at least, or even in the show, of what that meant to draw a deeper connection to who John really is, in a way that I feel about him, which is why I also have a different outlook on Halo than many other people may. And it is what it is. I would love to see other people work on it. I want a third person Halo. I would love to see a third person Oni-based Halo, whereas you're more so focused on the spy side of things and the government and doing shady things and going to planets and killing people just because that's what you're ordered to do. I want to see Team Osiris get really brought to life. You already made a Halo 3 ODST, so why not continue that story with Buck? Demonstrate to people. You brought Buck back in Halo 4 and 5, or in Halo 5 more so, part of Team Osiris, and didn't explain how he went from being an ODST to a fucking Spartan.
Right.
There's nothing to explain that. But it's the same guy. That doesn't make logical sense to me, but you have an opportunity to be like, hey, you remember that Halo 3 ODST game? Oh, now we got another Halo game focused on Team Osiris, third person. You get more of that action-oriented combat, over-the-shoulder shooting. Display that out there. Bring us more of the RTS. Do another Halo Wars 3, because as we saw with Halo Wars 2,
yes, please.
As much as I'm not an RTS fan as much as I used to be, with Halo Wars, it set the stage for Halo Infinite. And if Halo Wars has that type of ability, especially because they took a different perspective, why not continue to iterate on that? Halo Wars 3, Halo Wars Infinite, whatever you want to do with it, just call it the Halo Wars. And just have it with everything going on within the Halo universe, all these different battles that you can take place in, and this happened during this timeline. Like, really take advantage of.
I want Atriox's story.
Atriox's story would be super dope. A third person over the shoulder Atriox story to show his grind and why he feels the way that he feels. And then that you have so many opportunities to create side stories that could lead up to the endless that everybody wants to end up saying, right? There's so many different things that you could pull together to reach this central point if they still want to go that direction. Right? As we've been pitched thus far. Of course, I want people to come in and say, hey, let me see what I could do with it. Now, do it justice. Do your research. Don't just say, this is my take on Halo. No, use the universe.
Right.
Use the lore and just bring more things to life, because that's how you, again, the biggest fault Halo has is that the IP hasn't been taken more seriously. Taking advantage of the futuristic spaceman.
It should be much bigger.
There's no reason why Doom Guy is almost more acknowledged than Master Chief is in some aspect. More recognizable in some. We've also had Doom Guy for quite some time. So
you say Xbox, everybody says back. Chief.
I mean, of course. Yeah. But now it's like when you pitch it to the newer players, because that's where it really matters at. It's not about us, the folks that have been doing this for a while and played Halo when it came out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely about the new audience.
Oh, who's playing Halo right now? That's what I'm thinking about.
Right.
These kids ain't playing Halo because that shit don't look fun. These kids don't want to sweat half the majority of the time. These kids do want something that's going to entertain them. Halo's not doing it right now. There's a lot of games that aren't doing it right now. Gogo says no. Halo's bigger brand than Doom Guy, I think. I mean, as far as reckoning
overall,
to us, sure.
Sure.
But there's
overall,
a large base of people who will end up acknowledging Doom Guy a little quicker than they may Master Chief, for an example. Although I do agree. I mean, not taking away from that light, but just kind of the aspect of how kids see everything.
Shout out to Boxenberger jumping in here. The great one, Boxenberger's in the house. Great to see you, Boxenberger. Pixel Slapper. It's Timmy jumped in here as well. Poison Maniac, you've been rocking and rolling with us too. General Spartan 27. 3-Bit even jumped in here. My God, we got a 3-Bit sighting of all people. Holy cow. The guy is out from prison, no longer under NDA. So he's back out here hanging out. No, great to see you as well. And everybody else hanging out with us. Appreciate all of you. Great conversations in there, by the way, folks.
1,000%. Sure. And I do agree with you, Gogol, that I do think Halo should do a looter shooter style game just to cover that aspect of it too. And again, you can use a whole different, with that game, create your own Spartan. I mean, you tried that concept with Halo Infinite. You've been trying to kind of work towards that concept through the last few games. Why not just make a game that's 100% that? You could say, oh, well, they'll just be copying Destiny at that point. I mean, I could be fair and say all Destiny did was take Halo and put different characters in. The aliens from Destiny move like the Covenant do in Halo. Like, there's so many similar aspects. It's like, bro, you didn't want to work in Halo anymore, so you made Destiny. It's the same fucking game. Of course, it's different. They expanded it, took the controls a little bit different, added a lot of different elements. There's a lot to it. So I don't want to break that down super simplistic like that. But it's kind of how I look at it, especially as a fan of both sides. Just kind of my thoughts on that. Hopefully that answers your question pretty well, Pong, on what I would kind of expect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out of not only 343, but Certain Affinity and anybody else that wants to put their hands on Halo, I mean, please come do it. But it just has to make sense, and you have to do it with within good light. So.
Sure, with care.
Yeah,
of course.
So we touched on a couple quick things here. So we touched on the day before. Last weekend, and it possibly being fake
vaporware.
Being a non-existent game because they were saying that they had some issues with getting their name together. Somebody else filed a patent or whatever. Still weird behavior to me because, again, if this is the name of your game, this is something that you finalize before going to full production on your game. So it leaves a lot of things to be in question or in limbo, right? They did come out and they did show, it came out with 10 minutes of gameplay for the day before. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can put that on screen for you guys here. And the reason I want to bring this up for people's attention is the number one thing that I noticed about this gameplay that they brought up here. See if I can turn it down. The main thing that I noticed about this gameplay here is that it looked extremely blank. The world looked empty. There wasn't much going on. Now you can say, oh, well, they're just trying to, show you these pieces of what the game's going to be like. And I don't know if it's necessarily a downgrade, although it does look like there are definitely less character textures. Let's see if I can up that resolution a bit there. The character textures are definitely a lot less than what the original demo showed off. Again, a definitely very Division-esque syndrome where you can tell the downgrade. Now, not to say that the world still doesn't look good or anything like that. Looks like they put a little bit of time in here, but it also looks very generic. Some people were comparing it to DayZ, I believe. One of those other mass zombie games that's third person also. Yeah. And I could see where you would draw a lot of those comparisons. Other thing too is that this demonstration, I don't know why they thought that this was the best way to represent their game.
And they just wanted to show it was real still.
But that's also the biggest thing that's like a complaint for me, because if anything, this still shows me that you're way behind. This doesn't look like a game that was ready to release. That, you needed to push out almost 9 months from what I can recall, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem to be that way.
I don't...
Could be wrong in that, but it doesn't seem that way.
I mean, again, the reason why all these questions have come up still, because the studio hasn't done shit, right? So they really don't have anything to prove that they can put this together, right? They have nothing. I want this game to be real. And from what I'm seeing, it's a game I play. You give me the Division with zombies, I'm in. And again, I know it's not everybody's bag. It's got more survival aspects to it than Division does. But if you give me this third-person view with this open world where I can go explore, kill some freaking zombies with people, I'm down for that, right? It doesn't have... It's definitely been downgraded still compared to the original trailers that
what
we
they
saw.
showed, yeah, at least.
Yeah, it's been way downgraded. I just want this thing to be real. Like, if this turns out to be vaporware, I won't be surprised. If this whole thing doesn't turn out to be a scam, I won't be surprised at the end of the day with all the information that's come out. But I want this to be real. I want this to exist, and I think this could be a more of a live service game that they continue to improve over time, and that could get better. But again, for me personally, this still interests me, and actually, what they showed me interests me even more now. With the gunplay, with all of that. Again, I'm not expecting blow my mind kind of stuff here. I'm not expecting, to the top of the zombie genre, kind of experience. What I'm expecting is a fun experience that I think I could sink hours into. And this game, as it stands right now, I think I could sink hours into it. I think it looks really good. But again, it's not going to be for everybody, and I understand what you're saying too, Steel. Obviously, I get it. The world does look empty right now. It doesn't even look like it's filled with a lot of zombies, which obviously, if there's a zombie apocalypse, you expect a few more zombies around.
But
right?
there's certain things like in the gameplay that you kind of see right
Yeah.
here, like how you're seeing the reflection off of the stove and stuff. Like there
Yeah.
are like the game has been some effort put into this game. Now, whether there's an actual
by the community, supposedly they had the community working for free,
which is again, there's a lot of things
there's a lot
that
of
are like
red flag,
the gunfire. Some of it is just like okay. Again, for this to be your first game in today's day and era, I just want it to be a complete experience that does feel good, because you do have other experiences that are similar, right?
Sure.
But that's the main aspect. I do want to see the world feel again, and it's hard to say that in a game that's supposed to be focused around the undead.
Right.
Where it's just like, but the way that they set it up just wasn't. I feel like it wasn't a good display of what you're trying to show us, right? Especially in comparison to what you showed us originally. Now, there wasn't a lot of action in the original one, but the original gameplay that you showed me was in a city. It also felt more immersive in a lot of ways. And again, I don't want this to come to end up being ass, because it does seem to have a lot of potential.
I just want it to be real. Let's just put it that way. I just want proof. If this is proof of concept, so be it. They did break away from this and showed a guy supposedly playing with a controller on screen, trying to prove that it is real, because there's a lot of questions about whether or not it is. So, yeah, and I just want the game to exist. I think it's got a place. I like what I'm seeing. David Billups says, "Be real. Don't lie, Pong. You're going to still be playing Age of Empires 2. No, by the time this game comes out, I'm going to be hella deep in Starfield, and Age of Empires 4 might be out by the time this game. It should be out by the time. This game's coming out. This game. Yeah, so Age of Empires 4 will be out, so I will be into Age of Empires 4 at that point, and Company of Heroes on top of that as well. So, yeah, no, I'll be definitely, again, I'm a grazer through and through. I will always play games. No matter how much I love a game, I will always be playing other games as well. So that's just how it works. But I just want this game to exist. So I don't know why. I've always liked it since the first time I saw it. I thought the concept was freaking cool. Even though it's been done a million times, I still enjoy zombie games. So I'm not burnt out on it. I will always have, and I like the survival aspects of this one as well. So I do want to check this game out. Hopefully they get themselves straight. Hopefully they get this whole problem, whatever problem it really is, straight. And this game does show up by the end of the year. Even if they got to push it to next year, whatever. I don't care. At some point, I just want to play this game.
Yeah, I just wanted to come alive, to really bring that ambiance up. But again, as you've kind of seen in the gameplay here, it's not the worst looking game, and it's also not the greatest looking game. They got some things to work on, character animation, things like that. But it could be solid across the board, and I hope that it ends up being pretty solid. This could be another game that possibly, could be a game that has some good PvP in it too. Who knows? Yeah. It could be just the way that
it could be a full dark zone from Division where you're at risk at all times.
Yeah, it could be something. It could be something like that, where the outside force, instead of like a circle or whatever, it could be zombies. If you don't continue to work in towards the middle, if they end up doing something like that. So a lot of different aspects to take from here, but I did want to show some of this gameplay. And some of the gunplay, because the gunplay is again the thing that has me the most worried. It does feel a bit generic and a bit dry, but and again, they got time to work on it. They feel like they need to give themselves some time. I just hope this isn't vaporware and they just
fake
slap some stuff together.
Abandoned all over again.
Oh God.
Anybody seen any updates on Abandoned lately? What's going on with that? Huh?
No. There was also some additional information that was put out there about Armored Core 6. Again, this is a game that me and Pong are pretty high on. I'm definitely going to get day one. The presentation that they didn't really talk about much other than really saying that they're working on the game. There was some key details that came out though. For an example, Armored Core 6, you're not going to have to play any other of the Armored Cores to know what's going on in this world. It's just called Armored Core 6. And Fires of Rubicon is just kind of trying to explain what's going on in this universe. That's why they chose that name. Again, no story connection between 6 and 5. As for difficulty, it would offer a stiff challenge. Again, if you've played Elden Ring, it's probably going to be just like that. Taking away a bit from the Dark Soul side of things, where you're kind of bumping your head, but also Armored Core, I would say, is harder than the Souls games.
It's trial and error.
In a lot of ways.
It's trial and error. You build your mech, you go out, you die, you rebuild. That's what you're doing a lot of times at a lot of the levels.
Yeah.
Because you're trying new things and you're trying to get, like, your loadout has to be right. If you don't have your loadout right for whatever scenario you're playing in an Armored Core, you're going to get wrecked. You're not going to complete the scenario. So it's a lot of trial and error. If you like mechs and you like getting down and dirty with mech builds, this is 100% a game for you.
Yeah.
100%.
They also said it features boss battles. Of course, we knew that. Yep. And a single player story mode only. There will be an online, which is going to be dope to see. If they end up bringing that day one, again, that's kind of slightly traditional what they've done, especially with like 4 and 5, where it's had the single player, but it was also had co-op. In this one, it seems like you may not have co-op. It's going to be more single player focused. But I don't know. We'll see. Because it will be dope if they do add that aspect in. Me and Pong could drop in, do the story together.
You'll be seeing gameplay from us, whatever we're gonna do. So
that is a fucking
for
fact.
sure. MG never played an Armored Core series. Listen, you're not alone. Steel and I went back and looked at the sales numbers for Armored Core. Like in Japan, what do we see? What was it? 200,000?
No, in Japan. Yeah, it was something like that.
Like 200,000 copies.
It wasn't high.
Yeah, like it wasn't high, and that was like Armored Core 5, I think it was. So Armored Core is extremely niche. That's why Steel and I are extremely shocked that this is actually coming out.
As soon as it is, too. Like
as soon as it is from Software. And like I said, because I said I found the article, 6 years ago, Steel, that they originally talked about it, that it was in production. So... But this game never sold. Armored Core series was extremely niche. Even for the mech games out there, it was extremely niche. So we're going to see how this turns out. But From Software is in the best spot they could have ever imagined to drop this game. Because there are going to be people that try it simply because of Elden Ring. Even if it is a mech game. They're going to simply try it because it's a From Software game. Which means more people will finally experience Armored Core and maybe finally fall in love with it. Like Steel and I did back in the day. So Armored Core has got its place, and I can't wait to see.
Just to give you an example, and again, they say it doesn't advertise to 5 and 6. I just pulled the numbers back up. In Japan, Armored Core 5 sold 164,000 copies.
Thank you. Yeah.
In North America, they don't even have numbers.
Right.
In Europe, they don't even have numbers. Nobody knows.
It's hard to find, too. I picked up my copy for 360, and I had to spend... What did I tell you, Steel? I think I got Armored Core 4 and 5. I had to spend $20 on Armored Core 5, which, again, for a niche title, still holding value of that high, there's not a lot of copies around there. It's hard to find. So it's because they weren't sold. So
So it's going to be interesting to see how. I mean, again, we are in a different era. This type of game will be more acceptable now than it was before, because mech games were harder to get into. And the other thing too is that FromSoft was already going through a thing where their Soul series games were already putting them in such an aspect. So it's just like, why would I go play this other FromSoft game that a lot of people don't know is even FromSoft? Or play this other game that was perceived to be extremely difficult. And not a lot of people were like infatuated with mechs. And to be fair, it's not like it was like super marketed like that or anything.
No.
It didn't. It never pulled. It has its audience and kind of went from there.
I just need to see the initial screenshots. Steel. I want to see the art direction.
Yeah, I want to see
in this day and age.
If I base it off of 5, I'm already expecting a lot. Personally, I'm expecting like. This game's about, because those games were actually extremely detailed as far as like the character models go, or the mech model I should say more so, and like the intricacies and everything that they had to them. It was like there's a lot of
customization was off the chart too. Customization was off the charts.
Insane.
Individual parts, it was really cool.
And they also said in this one you're going to be able to create your own emblem now, which is something I haven't seen since Black Ops 2. Since they were doing that, where you can create all your own stuff, you're gonna be able to put that in. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they ride the high off of Elden Ring, and whether Elden Ring does give them the additional juice that they need to fully bring this game to life. Because it'd be crazy. The fact that this game is they said it's launching in 2023 lets me know it has to have some of that Elden Ring juice on somewhere. Because it is crazy that a game that has not sold well, we talk about God of War selling 20, 30 million copies or whatever the case. This is a game that hasn't even been, I made this joke to Pong in the DMs. It would be a godsend to see this game even sell 2 million copies across the board.
Yes.
So if they're putting that time, effort, dedication in this one, again, games aren't cheap to be made, but it'd be just crazy to think that there's not that type of juice going into this and that they don't want this to hit. Again, if it sells, I am going to be I'm going to be elated. I'm going to be excited.
And from Software and Miyazaki now have a reputation that they got to uphold.
Yes.
And the pressure's on, even though it's a title that not a lot of people are aware of or excited for right now. When it still hits and the masses kind of see it and say, oh, From Software, what? What is this? Armored Core 6, what is this? I didn't even know they made Armored Core 1 through 5. What is this? There's a reputation that they got to uphold. So I expect the quality to be up to par that From Software. Again, I had an article, I went back 6 years ago, they confirmed it was in production. So this game's been in production for a long time. So I want to see it. I got to see it. I got to see how this is going to play. Like Steel, I'm excited. If they sell 1 million to 2 million copies, I'll be excited.
I'm there day one regardless.
Yeah.
I do think that they should take the number off of the game. I feel like that's going to do it some disservice, especially in today's day and age. I prefer
Armored Core.
I prefer just be called Armored Core 5 or Rubicon. I just think that would flow better with people and give people a better understanding, especially with the games not being tied in with each other. They could change that, though, right?
Especially being 2 generations ago.
Yeah, that's the other thing that we got to think about. Like, there has not been an Armored Core game since the 360. So it's hard for me not to imagine or to feel like this game is about to be fucking crazy.
Yes.
In my personal opinion. What they were able to do before and what you can get done now, and you are still releasing cross-gen, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm excited just by the thought of that alone. But we will see. So there was that information about that came out. I'm excited as you. Let's see what else is here. Wild Hearts show will have a free 10-hour trial on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate later this month in February. If you guys hadn't seen the recent gameplay for Wild Hearts, definitely check it out. See if it's something that you're into. Again, it is more favorable and more akin to Monster Hunter World. If there's anything I could draw a comparison to, but it is still different. Different mechanics are going to be in this one.
The combat's going to be absolutely important in this.
1000%. The combat mechanics are going to be a little bit different, although similar in some ways. And again, it's a Monster Hunter style of game. And again, we wouldn't be calling that if it wasn't derivative off of something that has become here popular more so. But the fact that EA is jumping into it, the monsters look extremely unique. So that's one thing you got to nail when you make these style of games, which they seemingly have.
I think they said there's going to be 20 monsters, I think,
which is that's pretty dope. And they're going to be of different levels, of course. But I'm excited to jump into Wild Hearts. That's going to be another one that's on my list. I have put Monster Hunter Rise down since I've jumped back into BDO. Again, it's just timing more so than anything. Monster Hunter Rise is another game that you have to grind in. And I might end up jumping back into it, but who knows? Wild Hearts might end up taking that place. Because I do tend to favor more so that world style, making it slightly more realistic. As part of the
great they're giving it 10 hours though. 10-hour trial. I was not expecting that. I didn't think they were doing that. But the fact that they are going to do that is going to allow people to try it. And again, you never know. It could be the style that everybody was waiting for. Those traps look really cool. So it definitely brings a new type of mechanic to it. I mean, there's traps in Monster Hunter, but not to this level where they seem these are like you need to strategize these traps. Like that's how you're going to take down the bigger monsters for sure. You're going to need to use those traps. So it's going to be interesting still.
Yeah, 1000%. So I'm excited about that. We'll get into that here in a second. Apparently Insomniac, Wolverine game is reportedly targeting a mature rating.
Yep.
And could release soon as late next year. I'm still going to think that it's going to be more so a 2025 game than a 2024 game.
Grubb said targeting fall 2024 or early 2025.
I see it. I probably lean more on the early 2025, just because if you're taking this aspect, you do have to also make sure you're not just rehashing the old Wolverine game, which a lot of aspects from what they're speaking to kind of are, because that one was mature also. You cut off body parts and everything like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they iterate on that, because it can't be the same. I do want them to make sure that it is more gritty. You really attack all those main points. You bring out that more feral side of Wolverine, and at the end, you end up putting on that the yellow fit. If he doesn't put on the yellow fit at the end of the game, I think I might be upset. Just saying. If I can't get if he doesn't get to his traditional outfit, I'm going to be upset.
They said that they were not going to. They confirmed that it was not going to have any tie-in to the Fox X-Men.
Good.
Thank God.
Which it fucking shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to tie that in with Spider-Man. I'm anticipating they're trying to build something up here. It'd be interesting if they end up involving Hulk, because Wolverine and Hulk had a good fight, which would be really dope to see.
And there was that tease in the trailer with the Hulk license plate.
Yep. And there was that tease there. So it's going to be interesting to see if they end up incorporating into that, because that was not necessarily younger Wolverine, but that was the earlier stages of him walking into the X-Men when he was still kind of doing his own thing. But I do want to see him in that traditional outfit. That's going to be the main.
Yeah.
Because again, Wolverine is so easily to be marketed to. Like, you can make it for that teen to adult audience, right?
Well, it's definitely going to be adult, but again, the teens will play it, obviously. But again, the fact that Insomniac is confirming that they're taking it that route gives me a lot of hope. Insomniac are wizards, so I have no doubt that this game is not going to be phenomenal. I have no doubt that they're not going to do Wolverine right. But like you said, Steel, if they bring in the classic, and I use that exact word that you just did, Farrell, Wolverine from back in the day, if he's calling everybody bub, and from the bar scene, from the bar scene, the teaser that they gave us, it seems like they're going that route. If he's got a cigar in his mouth, it's points and all that kind of stuff, man. And they're bringing back the classic Wolverine. Oh man, I'm all about it. Wolverine's
that's going to be the biggest thing for me, for 100%.
Dismembering people. Yes.
Bro,
let's go.
It's going to be crazy. Tim the Sorcerer says, I 100% completed the Wulong Long demo. That is another one that I'm extremely excited for. Hopefully you'll be able to jump in there with me. Around that time, because that's going to be I think it's going to be really fun. I'm loving what I'm seeing from that. That's definitely going to be something else I play. Pixel Slapper says, I'd rather play Phantasy Star than Monster Hunter. It's a bit more free flowing. I'm upset with Phantasy Star right now. I don't like what they did with New Genesis, resetting everything. it's just so fucking stupid. You had so much, you had enough potential to kind of bring in not only the newer audience, but continue to evolve the older audience. And even my brother, who's a Fantasy Star nut, it's like, bro, I don't get this. They leveled down everybody. It's still called Fantasy Star 2, just with a new genesis. It's just like, bro, just call this a fucking different game if you were just gonna do that.
Right.
I don't know. It's really weird, but neither here or there. The other thing too is that the Coalition has reportedly shifted its full attention to the next entry in the Gears of War series after 2 other titles in development at the Xbox studio were canceled. Jeff Grubb was one of the main ones that mentioned this and brought
Grubb's
this
been
up.
active this week.
Yeah, he's been super active, man, in the back channels, and
yeah.
Again, Jeff Grubb,
because earlier in the week he said that he confirmed that they were still working on.
Right.
Remember, and he said that potentially they were aiming for the smaller project to come out in 2024. And that they had another smaller project. They had 2 projects, right? So all of that happened, and then days later, he came out in Giant Bomb and said, "Hey, talk to some people," and no, no, they've canceled those 2 projects that they were working on. And that was part of the layoffs that we heard from the Coalition. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up breaking off. It is kind of upsetting. I'm not going to say upsetting. It is kind of unfortunate that we won't see the Coalition kind of put their hands on something else to kind of give their demonstration of what can be done with the Unreal Engine 5. But the main thing that I do want to see, though, and the main reason I think this might have been why I got thrown out of the window, is because they potentially saw something that they could add to Gear 6, or maybe they hit what's a good word for it? A remarkable moment. They hit a breakthrough. I'll just say it like that. They hit some form of a breakthrough, and instead of continuing to work on whatever small game that they were working on, they just said, "Hey, let's just fully incorporate this into Gear 6." Maybe they came up with some more good ideas. Again, they got to continue that story, and that Gear 6 can't just be another Gears game. Unfortunately, this is a prime opportunity for the Coalition to really do something different with Gears, and also reinvigorate it at the same time. Again, Hive Busters is a good example of that. I haven't been able to fully complete that because there are other games out there that I've been playing, and I thought Hive Busters was all right. But from the people that I have heard that have played through it, said, "Hey, it's felt good." I also don't take nothing away from 4 and 5 story. I've liked the story of Gears up to this point, especially with the way that they've taken it. Paul doesn't disagree, whiny kids, whatever the case. I like it because, again, you get to see that difference between how Marcus and his team approach it to where is now the kids that grew up in this new era or in the current calamity that they're in, how they've adjusted to it. No, it's not the greatest, and I don't like JD in a lot of aspects. But I also, you get to see some of that trial and tribulation with JD, and then also how they ended up fitting Kate into the story and how that whole bloodline ends up working with Queen Mira, because that was always something that was interesting to me. Hey, Queen Mira was a human who became the Locust Queen. Hey, well, how the fuck does that happen? Is there some bloodline relation there? They just chose her. I know the books go into it. Gears is one of those IPs that I haven't jumped into the books, although I am a huge Gears nut. Again, Gears is one of the IPs that drew me away from Halo. When Halo 3 became real popular, I was fully enveloped in the Gears train. And again, I hope both of those games are the same caliber. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. So I put 100% faith in the Coalition. Again, the one thing that I don't put faith in, though, is that they still have not been able to create their game yet, which is extremely unfortunate to me. Again, here's, for me, the biggest disadvantage it has is that they listen too much to their community sometimes. Same thing with Halo, you could be said, to where they keep adjusting and adjusting and adjusting. Oh, the shotgun needs to be adjusted some more. And it's like, guys, this is the gameplay that Gears has. The shotgun is going to be prevalent. You just need to make sure that everything feels balanced. Make your game and say, hey, this is the game. right? Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to pull everybody in. And I think that they tried to move too far in that direction. They did the right thing with customization, because that was a huge flop in the beginning, coming from 4 to 5, where the customization was extremely lacking. Whereas now, and they try to also hide it behind buying boxes, and you buying currency, where now everything can literally be bought by in-game currency by you just playing, right? This is something they should have done from the beginning. I think they would have drawn a lot more people. Again, Gears is another one of those franchises that suffers from being put out every other year. They were at Xbox was literally put in their backpack, and if it wasn't for those franchises, Xbox wouldn't exist the way that it is today. Right. It's also another IP that I also think deserves to not just focus on Marcus Phoenix and his direct counterparts and only his story. There's other dark crevices. Like, let's lean more into the Locust side of things, like they used to in that Gears of War 2 DLC, where you and Dom dressed up as the Theron guards and ran up and really tore stuff up with the Locust and whatnot. I like that. Or the General Rom DLC we got in I don't know if they did that in 2 or if they did it in the Ultimate Edition. I can't remember. Or if it was just part of 1 originally. But the General Rom DLC that you got, where you got to play as Rom and it's got to feel how shooting the krill out feels and being a really powerful character within that universe. I felt like it was unique. It didn't have to be a 30-hour experience. It was like an 8 to 10 hour. Even that, I think it was anywhere between 4 to 10 hours of experience of doing that. And that was dope. It gave you something different. There's a lot of potential there. They just need to find their niche per se, find out what their game is, and just iterate on that.
They just need to. I'm sad. Number one, I'm sad that they canceled the other things. Again, I'm not the person that says nope. Coalition was formed to only work on Gears and must only work on Gears. If you feel that way, I understand.
Same way with 343 and
Halo. Listen, I want creatives to create, and we've seen places like Obsidian go out and create things like Grounded, and Pentiment, which we never expected. We just saw Tango Gameworks create HiFi Rush, which is completely different than the horror genre that they're known for. I want creatives to create, and I know that they've had a lot of great ideas that were outside of Gears. Again, like I said, these people hang out, these people are friends, these people are coworkers, but they go to dinner together, they talk. I'm sure a lot of great ideas have been bantered about amongst those creatives, because creatives don't just think in one straight line. They don't just think, oh, well, I only work on Gears, so that's all I think about all day long. No, these creators are thinking about their own things, and they come together. I'd love to see what else the Coalition could do, right? So I am kind of disappointed that they're not going to move forward with these other projects. I would have liked to seen what they had in mind and what they could develop, right? And I hope they get the chance down the road. I understand that Gears is obviously important. I'm an old Gears head. Gears original trilogy is one of my favorite franchises of all time. 4 and 5 to me are whatever. Judgment, I like Judgment more than most people, but still it is what it is. That was People Can Fly. That was People Can Fly. So I like Gears in general. I love that franchise. Gears to me, I love Gears much more than I love Halo. So Gears for me is important, and I understand why they need to get down to business. And if they just decided, hey, it's time, let's get this thing done, cool. And I hope they do, like you said, Steel, wrap this up with a pretty bow. I hope that they end this trilogy right, and then maybe they can move in a different direction. Hivebusters, to me, showed that they still have it in them to expand this universe, that they still understand what the original trilogy was about. Hivebusters to me is a lot like Rogue One is with the new Disney-fied Star Wars, where I don't necessarily appreciate and like the new Star Wars, but Rogue One came out and had some of that old feel to it. Hivebusters had that old trilogy feel to it. Right. No, it didn't have the original Dude Bros, Marcus Cole, and everybody there, but it had Scorpio Squad, and Scorpio Squad acted a lot more like the old crew did, and I appreciated that. And it was darker, and some of the settings were darker. That to me shows that Coalition still understands the basics of what made the original trilogy great. And I do hope maybe in 6 somehow they take the whiny ass kids and put them into a much darker situation.
It's going to end up being much darker regardless of how the story's going.
Right, and I hope so. Because then then I can see it, right? Then I can feel it, and then I'll be more excited about 6. So, hey, good on Coalition. They're getting down to business. Gears has been on a hiatus for a while now. It's time to get down to it. When do you think we see this deal? Mav and I had this talk on PM and the PM. When do you think? You think Coalition 3-year turnaround time? Now that they're Grubb said it went into full production within the past year, right? So do you think we see this by 2025, 2026?
2026. I'd say 2026.
Okay.
Give Gears some time to be really forgotten about. Not necessarily forgotten about, but give us some time to really kind of cook.
Break.
And again, I mean, I still want to believe that some of the rumors that, there's a Marcus Phoenix collection or something out there that somebody's working on, because it doesn't have to be the coalition that does that, as we've seen with other companies who have remastered games. But I would like to see those games that come to PC to kind of bring that hype back in, like they did with Ultimate Edition, where they did before they released Gears 4. They brought out Ultimate Edition that just ramped that Gears train right on up. People were in good spirits, and then boom, Gears 4 hit. And I think Gears 4 did better because of that, especially from a community standpoint, because a lot of people look at Gears 4 to be that definitive multiplayer experience. Like if there's a more recent Gears multiplayer that you'd want to go play, a lot of people would say, hey, 4 would be the one, as all the maps, the gunplay felt good, mechanics felt good, felt really, it felt how Gears should feel. So I want to say if they end up doing something like that, Gears Ultimate Collection, whatever they end up doing, just to kind of drive some hype. And again, it doesn't have to be them. I do want them to oversee it in some facet so that they make sure that it goes into the right direction. But so I would expect, me personally, I want to see like a Gears Ultimate Collection come out late 2024, 2025 early, and then turn around and do a Gears 6 2026.
And Mav thinks 2025 is possible, and I think so too. Coalition are wizards at what they do, so it's certainly possible. If they've got Unreal 5 down, which it seems like that's what they've been doing.
It's only going to get better.
Unreal 5, it's only going to get better, but I think that they could turn around and do it, especially if they probably had the storyboard all laid out. They probably knew what direction they were going to take it in. They knew all that stuff. All that pre-production was done, right? So they're in full swing. So I think 2025, and don't forget, to your point about I do want to see a Marcus Phoenix collection. If it's not real, and if Coalition themselves want to work on it, maybe they do it after they get done with 6.
Yeah.
You do have the Netflix live action and anime both coming out as well, which will hype people up. So we should see those in the next couple years here. So that's going to start the Gears train as well.
If they don't do a Marcus Phoenix collection or Ultimate collection or whatever, then I hope they do double down on those shows and whatnot.
Yeah.
Just to bring those to life. Because again, I mean, I do want to see that brought back to. I want to see what somebody does with that content in animation, what that would feel like, what that would be like. I think it'll be a good time, especially if you bring a lot of the. Make sure that people are in the correct roles for that. Make sure you bring Coltrane alive. Make sure you bring that, that element to Dom. Make sure Marcus is that gritty dude, and then as long as you do everything else, make sure it's over the top. And then I need another good song with it too this time. I don't know what song you're gonna put out, but I need that Mad World back. I need you to give me that feeling to where every time I listen to Mad World, I automatically think about Gears.
Just start the live action show off with that.
That would be really dope.
That would be
that would be fire.
That same scenario that was in the trailer, just start the show
that'd be the intro
right out the gates.
That'd be dope. I would really, that would really, I think that would blow the internet up.
Yes, it would.
Especially for the fans.
Yes.
So let's get into this a little bit here, because this definitely been a conversation. We talked about online connectivity and things that are like that earlier. Pong, there's a lot of people, I'm not going to say a lot, but there's people who are vocally putting it out there that now that they found that the Redfall is going to be permanently connected online, that they're canceling their pre-order. They're not going to play the game anymore. Games gotta always be online. This shouldn't be the case. Now, again, I'll give my quick thoughts on it. For me, I hear both sides. I do understand and I do agree that in a game that does have a single player there should be the accessibility option to be able to just play it in single without having online connectivity or anything like that. I get that. But from what I've gotten from this game, I saw somebody mention, I hope Redfall does become more live service. There is a battle pass in this. There are online elements to this game.
Jump in, jump out, co-op.
Drop in, drop out, co-op that's going on here. But again, I can hear the accessibility option of being able to let people play it. Hey, you get the first online update or whatever, and then boom, you play the game completely single player. I get it. But I don't think that that's how this game was made. Now, I could be completely wrong on that. And it could be is what it is. I do also have a aspect now, because the other side of this too, and people brought up a good argument on this, is that we are still in a reality that many places don't have good internet. Right?
Correct.
So you may not get a good experience in a game that's always online, but I will say that the game will have, from what I know, dedicated servers. And if that's the case, they're gonna have dedicated servers. Is also something else that they started doing to help with piracy. Whether people want to acknowledge that or not, you can say, oh, well, these companies should be doing A, B, and C to help. And they are. They're doing things that they feel is going to be the right thing to prevent certain things happening. And again, it's their business. They have to make a way for it. And piracy is going to and forever will be an issue that will need to be dealt with because it's an option. And security is always going to be an issue. People are always going to find that's the reason cheating. Well, I've heard some people. I was hearing some devs talk about it, and then I was listening to the Juan show yesterday with Linus, and they were talking about a little bit also. Cheating in games is very hard to address because people would just find more ways to get around the system.
Right.
That's just the way that people are, man. Like, unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. Now, there should be more of and they brought up this point, there should be more of an integrity system in place where if you're playing with somebody who is a cheater, then like some games have started to involve this thing to where, hey, if you're caught playing with a cheater, you're going to get grouped in with that cheater and have your account also be banned. Then, whether you want to talk about whether that's okay or not, completely, that's a conversation to be had. But I do believe that there should be some form of holding people accountable for doing certain things in gaming, right? It doesn't make it fun when people freeze the game up and then all of a sudden you're dead. Like people used to lag switch back in the day. When things were more peer-to-peer, they'd tap a button on their router, all of a sudden the entire game freezes, boom, and the round ends and everybody's dead. You're like, what the fuck just happened? It was known as lag switching. That happened in Gears 1 quite fucking frequently, and it was extremely annoying. Which was why it was great when they started moving to dedicated servers. Got more of a consistent experience. If this is what they're wanting to do with the game, then the people that will not be able to play this game, again, if this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, unfortunately, it is what it is. This is the type of game that they wanted to make. They stated that the game needs to be online to be played because of how they created the game.
Right.
All the other accessibility options and everything are conversations to be had. But if this is how they made the game, I have to respect their vision and say, well, I don't get why there couldn't be an accessibility option. I'm also not a game developer. So we'll have to end up seeing whether the game ends up being worth it or not to garner that online only title. Right? That's the way that I personally look at it. I've seen a lot of other conversation about this has been on many other sides of the fences. Some people even jumped off the boat with no raft, no safety vest, nothing. It just was like, yeah, I'm just going to go drown because I can't deal with this. Pong, like, how do you see this whole thing, because it can be an issue, man. And we are in the reality side of things. I know people like me and you can get 400 megs down, 400 plus megs down, a gig down, gig up, and all these great things. But people still do have data cap. People still don't have the greatest internet across the board, no matter how much you try to paint it one way or the other. And gaming nowadays, the internet has become kind of a necessity, right? More so than anything else. You know, you already have the internet to access Wi-Fi and TV and all these other things that you like to do. It kind of makes sense that gaming experiences would start leaning on that more, especially as piracy and other things start to become an issue. And again, ownership and everything that's complete. It's another conversation I had on the side of this. Kind of like another train that's going by, but just focusing on this. How do you feel about Redfall requiring players to be permanently connected online? And does this have an effect on other games of this ilk, or is this something that they're just gonna have to stand on and prove to people why they should or should not play it?
Yeah, no, we're long past this point. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. It's one of the reasons why I skipped Xbox One out the gate, because of all the talk about online requirements all the time and DRM, but we're long past that point now.
Yeah, there's no return.
There is no return. We're moving into the digital age. This is the unfortunate side effect of a lot of different topics that you just brought up, Steel. I know you said that the other part is kind of a passing train, but I think it's kind of rolled into this. So, like I said, I understand completely if you want to say that this turns you off from the game. Okay, I understand that completely. I don't have an issue with it. You got to stand on that, and I understand your reasoning behind it, because I am in agreement with you that if a game offers a single player only option, then they should also have the option where you can play that offline and not require an internet connection. Now, again, not a developer. I'm not certainly a engineer behind the scenes that has to make all of this work when you're talking about co-op accessibility and all of that as well. So I don't know the ins and outs and the details that go into this kind of decision. Obviously, this was a decision that Arcane made from the get-go. This is how they built their game from the ground up. And so everybody's got to make a choice. Either you support the game or you decide that you're going to stand on this hill and you're not going to support it. And again, I see both sides.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm going to play the game. Obviously, again, I understand in 2023 that this train has long left the station as far as fighting this battle. So my point, and we talked about this on PM to PM, me and Mav did, that my point is, number one, this is being made an issue because this is an Xbox game. You saw when we talked about it with Gran Turismo, Steel, Gran Turismo
down for 48
is
hours.
a true single player game, right? Still required online connectivity all the time. And you saw that when we brought up the issue of why is this the case, the other side defended it till the death, saying that it was okay and that there was no problems. And now I see again, not everything's one-sided here. I've seen some Xbox people have a problem with it. And again, I understand. But we do see some of it being drummed up from the other side as well. But I think that this is more of an Xbox thing because it is an Xbox game. Now we're going to make this a gigantic issue. Hogwarts Legacy has an online requirement as well. So again, this is a bigger issue now that we are to this point, that we're moving fully into the digital age. Now game sales are 70, 80% digital, sometimes higher in certain areas. What do we do going forward? Well, this is where consumer law gets involved, and it's country to country. It's different stuff, right? Consumer law is way behind the tech industry. Way behind. Okay. This is where, and again, you know me, I'm about small government. I'm not about regulation.
Right.
But when it comes to consumer law, there are some things that need to be put in place, and this is where the battle has to be fought, because you do get into what do I own when I purchase something.
Yes.
Is a part of this. And now we know for a fact that most games on disc nowadays are simply a license that you are buying to access the game. Even though to the average consumer who isn't in the know, when they buy something physical, they still believe that they are owning the entire product physically. And that can never be taken away. The average consumer still has that perception, and rightfully so, because it, again, you can say, well, the EULA or whatever the EULA that you agree to in the beginning of all these soft EULA that you agree to in the beginning, it explains it all. Listen, we all know that those things are made so complex because nobody reads them and nobody understands what they're signing away. And that's because consumer law has not caught up to the tech industry yet to say, no, you must clearly state what the person is purchasing when they buy something digitally or physically nowadays, and it requires an online component. You must clearly state that's not done yet. And I think that that's where consumer law has to catch up to make sure that the average consumer, not the people in the know, but the average consumer is aware that they aren't buying something permanent. And that is a problem. That is a huge problem. And I think that the companies that are putting out digital content or online required content, even if you buy it physically, do have some responsibility to the consumer to guarantee that no matter what happens, that they will have access to that content that they paid for. Or if that's not the case, to clearly state that, right? Not in the middle of 20 pages of EULA or whatever the case may be, but to clearly state that up front, you are just purchasing a license to this product now. You are not purchasing the product itself. You're not purchasing the content itself. And I think that that's something that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. So again, with Redfall specifically, it sucks. I don't agree with it. Again, we're past that point now of no return. We've crossed that Rubicon, as you could say, with this kind of argument. In my opinion, we are well past that. I wish that Arcane would come out and address it. I wish that they would state why, they would be clear why they can't patch in a single player only offline mode, so that if they decide, like a Crossfire X, like a Babylon's Fall being the best example, tons of people bought that physically. They are no longer going to, not tons. Okay, let's be real. Okay.
People,
I retract. People did invest in that product, and it's no longer going to be accessible to them, even if they own the freaking disc after less than a year. That's a problem, Steel. That's like a huge problem. It's one thing to say we're not going to support the game anymore. It's another thing to say, hey, we're not going to support the online multiplayer stuff anymore. All of that, I understand completely. But to say that you're not even going to be able to play what's there anymore, that's when I go, nah, no, we can't have that. These things need to continue to exist if it's been purchased in some form. Again, I don't agree with it. But I think the argument is now moved on, and we need to focus on what we can argue and talk and discuss about down the road of protections being put in place for us as consumers, so that when these games, movies, music, whatever the case may be, that you're supposedly purchasing comes out, that you have protections in place for you as the consumer, that no, I bought this content, we're still going to be able to access it. We've seen this with other entertainment. Again, music, it's happened on Apple, right? Yeah. Amazon. They pulled stuff that people purchased, albums that were purchased, no longer available to be listened to. Movies, same damn thing, right? We've seen that happen. Again, it's one thing in a streaming service where you know you're just kind of renting things and hey, that changes out. But when you buy something, when you make that purchase and that commitment, the company should in return have a commitment to you to continue to provide that content because you own it.
At least the base content.
Base content. That's what I'm saying. Again, not the multiplayer side of things. If you got to shut down servers, not everything lasts forever. I understand that. But again, those expectations need to be clear up front. Now we're getting more multiplayer only games.
And that's what I definitely agree with that. It definitely has to be more upfront instead of being hidden in pages to where you could say, well, I clarified it in the 10th page of the EULA. You should have read that. I mean, again, we ask you to read it and you just press A.
Yeah.
You scroll and you just press A. So, I mean, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yes.
And of course but at the same point, that's also like really shady and business practice wise, because again, in a lot of things in our current society is built that way. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, if you didn't do the deeper research, hey, that's your problem, not me. Yeah. I said it in there somewhere. Just I don't need to clarify it to you. Duh. But I can understand both sides of the coin. But like you, Pong, it's like we have beyond left the space of where it's either going to be acceptable or not. We're at a point to where games are not going to fit on those Blu-ray discs. So it's like, and we thought that was the next direction. Oh, now all games are going to be on Blu-rays. That's why they're doing this, making this transfer over. And we saw that that's not the case. We got bigger hard drives. We got more storage space. We've got external storage now. They found other ways to take advantage of that. Now things are more digital. It is easier for people. Not everybody wants to open a game case every time they want to switch out a game. Just the reality of it. People would like to just go through their library. Boom, I want to boot it up. Now I'm ready. Oh, I want to close it out. Boom, now boot up the next one. Boom, I'm ready. There is so much more of that happening now. But people should have some form of, hey, even if anything happens here, boom, you still have the base game. You should. But
yes,
I understand the perspective also, because I can also look at it like, well, it is entertainment at the end of the day.
Yeah, but
and I can understand the conversation of it's more so definitely about the things that you own or things that you bought outright. Like we would traditionally get a copy of the game. If I bought a copy of Monster Hunter World, as you guys see here, this is my game. If I boot it up, it should work. Right. I also know that this is an online game, right?
Right.
I can play it single player, but there's online elements to the game. I also understand that they're doing things more online now because it goes through check-ins. So where you can't take your game offline, you plug a USB in, download some data off the internet, and now you plug it into your console, and now you have all the best weapons and all the materials and everything that you need in the game because you circumvented that. Mm-hmm. That was the thing in the Xbox 360 era that was super prevalent. That was fucking annoying because I don't get why people do that, but people will do it. And this is a way to get around that. Again, cheating and hacking and piracy is going to continue to be a problem. Is this the best way to solve the problem? Probably not. But do any of us have a better way to do it? You can't just say, "Oh, just give me ownership."
No,
it's hard.
But it's got to be an industry movement, and that's why in some cases it does take regulations to make sure the industry is actually putting their full effort and weight behind it to try to make that a reality. Because you can't tell me that there couldn't be a way, even if it took extra time and resources, to build in the capability that if they ever decide to shut down the game, that a patch flips and allows you to continue to access the single player version. Now,
in that case, that would definitely be different, but it would require work from the devs that I don't know if they're going to end up doing that. And if they created their game to be an online game, it's kind of hard to ask for them to be hey, let me get single player by itself.
Right, but does that need to be a thing for the consumer, right? As far as somebody paying the money. And again, this gets more complicated down the road when we get into cloud development and cloud games, which is going to have, again, cloud games, if you ain't think they're not shutting down cloud games, you got another thing coming.
That's completely
right. And that's going to be completely 100% based on online, right? Yeah. And we're going to see that there's going to be no question. You're not going to own any piece of that game in any way, shape, or form. It's up in the cloud. Like, it's done. Like, that's it. So, and it's going to require you to be online to access that content, which we guaranteed. It's not like the prices come down just because something's all digital. We've seen that already. The prices don't come down.
Which is
so we're going to be paying full price to access cloud gaming. What are we going to do then? Right? How are you going to ever work around that? You're not going to own anything physical. There's not going to be anything. And eventually the consoles are going to go away. There's not going to be discs anymore. Right? That it just is what it is. But again, what protections or what clarifications are going to be needed to the consumer to say, hey, this is actually what you're buying. You're not buying the content anymore.
That's the main thing. That has to be justified. You have to make him put out more plainly to the people. Because at the end of the day, as much as I might not feel, hey, I put 100 hours in this online game, so if they take it down, I mean, it is what it is. I won't be able to access it anymore. That would suck. Especially if I invested money into it, and you're not going to, recruit me,
refund any part of it. Like it's like, yo,
it's like,
for the thousands of dollars, and it's just gone.
Especially
like
if you didn't,
people
again. And a lot of what's going to end up happening is they're just going to continue to hide it within the stuff that we don't read. Say it's a us problem as the consumer, and if we really care, then stop buying games, because this is how they're creating things, because it is easier for them, and it's the only way currently that makes the most sense to make sure that their games can be played at the breadth that they want them to.
Right. Correct. Yeah. And I understand that part of it as well. Like I said, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a dev, so I don't know the intricacies, but there is reasoning behind it. Like I said, I just don't know if the industry as a whole is motivated to look into alternative ways to find a solution to that, because everybody just accepts it. And it's the way things have been done, right? And there's no reason for them to change it, because it's easier to continue to do it this way than it is to look into the possibility of making that a reality, where if the game does shut down, people still have access to the content that they purchase, or the single player, whatever you want to say, that they're not motivated to look into it, because there's not a big enough contingent of people raising their hands and saying this isn't right. That's why I say consumer law might have to step in this case and say, look, you guys need to do something about this, or you need to be very clear with people and market your product as, hey, you're not buying a product, you're simply buying a license. And again, for us, that seems like common sense, but for the masses, it's not common sense. No.
It's definitely not. Asante says, preach, Pong. Not every game can do that, but in the example of Hogwarts, there's no real reason to keep it online always. We need to put pressure on them to make the effort to make this not the norm. And again, I think the biggest reason they're doing that is to prevent piracy for that online. It's constantly checking so that people don't go steal the game from somewhere. Now, again, is that the best option? Probably not. But when you buy the game, you should imagine that you would need some form of proof that you bought the game. And even that's hard to determine, because then it turns into, oh, well, if my friend bought the game, then if I sign in and play the game, I can't play. Which is what we see now. If I go download games on the living room console, for an example, and my kids try to hop on and play through their account, if it's not a home shared to, then they don't have access to those games.
Right.
So you're already seeing that, right? I bought it. That's the main difference between digital and physical now. So it's like physical before, it wouldn't matter who was in there. They pop the disc in, it works. Now, you pop a disc in, it's going to ask for the person that bought this game. Or even now, if you pop a disc in, you can still do that. Anybody can play the game because you got the disc.
Yeah, right.
But digital games just don't work that way. And again, I'm not saying it's right. No, I don't have an excuse for it, but I also don't have necessarily a solution. Kaya Santa says you can easily bypass piracy, and ultimately it just becomes a way for us guys not to ultimately own what we paid for.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The motivation, Steel, is not there, right? The motivation is not there, right? And that's the whole thing. They have a more motivation to sell just the license than they do to actually worry about whether or not we as a consumer own it. And that's why I say that the consumer law has to catch up, because
and Kay Asante, I hear you by saying, and you might have to just end up clarifying that point a little bit, but I understand what you're saying, but you can easily bypass piracy. I mean, of course there's ways to do that, but if it was easy, then don't you think that those things would have been implemented already instead of just making things online only or not giving us ownership for those things? I'm not saying it's one way or the other, but if it was that easy, just like the same thing as saying, hey, well, stopping cheating is easy. People say that, but then we still have people hacking. You still have cybersecurity being one of the biggest areas where we're going to continue to have problems, and it's only going to get progressively worse because people will continuously try to find new ways. It's like, what is the proper way to go about it? And if it's easy, I do want a example of what could be done or what should be done and why. And is it the only reason that those examples aren't being done because they don't want us to own it?
Right.
Because if that's the case, then we as gamers need to shut the fuck up talking about division and whether you're beating games or not, and talk about us owning what we pay for.
Correct.
And if that's never going to be the crux of the conversation, then why would they choose any of the easier methods if there is one?
Yeah.
And then the conversation is, okay, they don't want us to own it. So, I mean, that'd be more so my kind of take on that, just because of the way things have gone, especially with things being in the digital era. I mean, you could put code in it and say, hey, if you're this, and that, and other thing, but it leads on to so many different things. Then you are going to take away the ability now to home. If they double down on it, if they do other things, and home sharing is not going to exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the license on your particular game or on your particular account, then nobody else can access that, which completely eliminates what we had before, where you could share games with people. And again, there's not everybody knows about home sharing, but the people who do find out about it or see that, and Xboxes, especially Xbox, PlayStation does it too. But so these companies have allowed this to continue to happen because I have to believe that they saw it as a benefit because it does get more people within their ecosystem, and people do end up buying more at that in that case, right? Which is why Xbox is now approaching the whole family plan thing, right? Where how is that going to work? Am I just sharing my Game Pass and access to Game Pass? And then when I buy games, it's only available on certain accounts, or does everybody within this family have access? I think it's only going to be exactly how it is now, where you and your home share partner have access, maybe, and then everything else is just for Game Pass more so than anything else. Which is kind of like, that doesn't necessarily fix the problem either. So it's like how do you really truly solve the issue?
And the other aspect too, Steel, is that they've always wanted to do away with the used game market.
Oh yeah,
that's
a fucking fact. They hate that shit.
They've hated GameStop. They have Funko Land since they were created, right? Because it takes away revenue. And they again, I see it as a you're right. Figure
that out then. Right, that's a you problem.
But that's another reason why they took away the ownership ability from us a lot of the time, is because of that. So they've always wanted to do it with that.
Yeah, and K. Plancha says, I get your point still. It is easy to bypass, but most can't do it. So short-term sales do get saved. I don't mind the immediate mitigation, but eventually they should turn those things. Yeah, there has to be a better way to handle the things that we're kind of dealing with now as far as ownership and things. But it's like, who's going to take that step out there to really make that change? And then also establish, hey, this is the new way of doing things. And because then the other question is, how we currently play games and consume content is also going to change. Once that starts getting implemented, there has to be it would have to. So that'll be interesting to see how those things, again, you see how this conversation is kind of going, though. It opens up another conversation that I would like to personally have. But a lot of people don't move that direction. They just say, hey, it's this way, it's stuck, and we just got to deal with it. It is a whole nother bag that we need to kind of untie and go through and figure out why it's this way, what can be done about it, and constantly bring those points up. As much as people don't want to hear it, again, somebody has to talk about it to bring it to the light. So that's my main aspect on that. Again, Redfall requiring players to be permanently online, I don't think it's a turn off to me. Again, I'm gonna be able to access the game in Game Pass. That was gonna be the main way I was gonna access the game, regardless. Especially with some of my reservations about it. But again, I've also come to a point to where your internet and gaming goes hand in hand with me. I have to have internet to play games the way I play them. I can't play BDO if I'm not online. So it's my take on that. I can tell you right now, it is jaded. And I don't have anything to fix that problem because I have internet. It will always have internet because it's one of my main access points, right? Yeah. But I like the conversation. I like the arguments on either side.
Sure, absolutely. Gotta have it.
How else will we bring it to the forefront?
Right.
All right. Let's see. The other thing that went big this week, and again, we're almost 4 hours in, so I do want to kind of start winding things down here to get in our this day in gaming segment. And again, we're definitely hungry at this point. The Crew Motorfest came out, said some things. They showed a trailer. It's going to be based in Hawaii. It is going to be on current and previous gen consoles. So be on the lookout for that. Again, the crew has been kind of living in Horizon's, Forza Horizon Shadow for quite some time. Let's see if they end up changing it enough to really add that impact. I would love to see the crew maybe take more of the Midnight Club kind of aspect to where you're just different enough, because you could say, oh, Midnight Club's like Need for Speed. No, it's not. There's so much more customization that you could do with Midnight Club, and the cars still feel different. So it still had that deviation there. Again, I feel like the crew, the last couple ones have missed, though I'll be honest and also say I haven't given them a full fair shake either. So there is
They tried something different where you could go airplane, you could do all this craziness, which again, if they go more test drive, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, that'd be cool too.
Test drive from the back in the day. But it looks like they are taking aim at Horizon. That teaser trailer was straight up Horizon. Like, like that's all I could think about, man. Like they, again, showing off all the different biomes, you know, that kind of stuff. That's straight Horizon, driving through anywhere. I understand why they're doing it, and I'm happy for competition to Horizon if somebody can pull it off. Right. I don't know if Crew is the one they do it with, but Crew does have a following. Crew does have a fan base, and you know what? They're trying something new with it. So, you know, Motorfest is it, and we're going to see. And Hawaii is a great setting. I'm not going to take that. Hawaii is a great. Again, Test Drive Unlimited was in Hawaii. That's
you can take it as long as you take advantage of the all the islands and everything that's there. I mean, again, you focusing
only supposedly one, but Oahu. So, but we'll see. We'll see what they do with it, man. We'll see what they do. A
game that was focused on the entire United States.
Yeah.
Even though
now it's going to one island.
Even though it was limited.
Yeah.
And you're not going to use the full breadth of the island. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. That doesn't leave me feeling too good about it. But again, I don't have the greatest expectation for Ubisoft right now either.
Right.
So they kind of go hand in hand with each other. There's one other thing that I had on my list, at least. This kind of ties into the conversation we were having earlier. Is that Sony is confirming it will soon remove the PlayStation Plus collection, a library of 20 PS4 games available to subscribers on PlayStation 5. Now, not to get it twisted or anything, because some people were misunderstanding that. If you go and download those games, you will still have access to them once they leave. But once they are gone, you will no longer have access to go in and download them. That's kind of the thing. And again, it's going to be completely up to you on whether you saw value in that. But the collection did include God of War, Fallout 4, Mortal Kombat, Uncharted 4, Ratchet & Clank, Days Gone, Until Dawn, Detroit, Battlefield 1, Infamous Second Son, Batman Arkham Knight, The Last Guardian, Last of Us Remastered, Resident Evil 7, not the remake, remastered, Bloodborne, and Monster Hunter World.
I never saw this as a big deal. I don't know why people are making a big deal out of this. I never saw this as a permanent situation that they were going to do. They simply came out and said it was going to be for early adopters of the PS5 to give them a benefit. I think something like 14 of those titles are available in PlayStation Plus.
Yes.
Is it Essentials?
One of the tiers, yeah.
One of the tiers. So all they're doing is they're taking away something that they gave the early adopters a bonus. They're taking it away. They're making PlayStation Plus more valuable because, again, 14 of those games are available elsewhere. So, again, it just increases the value there, which they have to do since they're not dropping, day and date games in there. It makes people more interested when they now buy a PS5, when they don't have access to those games, to say, okay, where can I get some of these games? And then they start looking at the PlayStation Plus and they say, oh, there's a bunch of games that I do want to play. I guess I'll subscribe, right? So it's business move. I never saw it as permanent, so I don't know why people are freaking out about it or trying to make it a thing.
Yeah.
To me, it's no big deal. They've sold enough PlayStation 5s now, obviously, crossing the 30 to 32 million mark now. They're just moving on from this little promotion that they had going on, is how I look at it. I don't see a big problem with it.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily either. Again, go in and get those games if you have the opportunity to. Yeah. If not, you will be able to have access to them in other places. Again, it's just a benefit of the service of it. Now, I did want to drop this in here because we like the FTC stuff that's been going on. Microsoft with this acquisition and ABK. This whole thing with Sony being involved and Jim Ryan having conversation and whatnot. But there was just information that got dropped into our DM a little bit ago. I believe it was by Psycho, or I think it was Psycho that dropped it in there. But if you guys might have seen some of this going around, but apparently Sony is getting 7 more days to serve the subpoena from Microsoft, but this time it wasn't completely agreed by Microsoft. The judge granted it. This is new, and it sounds like the final deadline is for February 10th. Microsoft is requesting 45 distinct document requests, 13 of which have multiple subparts, for a total of more than 120 separate document requests. Now, the stuff that I'm going to get into here is more so important, but just to give you some more backing, these requests demand all documents related to nearly all aspects of SIE's business, as well as extensive sets of sales, financial, and personal user data. 10 of these requests seek materials going back more than 11 years to January 2012. Sony estimates that providing the response to Microsoft would cost approximately $2 million more in fees and expenses, and demand weeks of intense work and substantial efforts and involvement of SIE personnel. Microsoft is requesting all documents related to performance reviews and evaluations of all Sony gaming leadership or management, and all documents relating to SIE's gaming business sent to, received from, or exchanged with other Sony entities, and executed copies of every content licensing agreement, not the Call of Duty, SIE has entered into with any third-party publisher, shout out to Square Enix, over the past 11 years, among others. Sony is not happy with the unrealistically short deadlines and irrelevant requests from Microsoft. I like the fact that was one of the more interesting things that I pulled from this when I was reading it earlier, a little bit earlier, was the unrealistic and short deadline and irrelevant requests. Mm-hmm. I like the fact that you feel like this is irrelevant to you. Anyway, in any case, Sony anticipates that this will be its last request for an extension to the motion to quash deadline, and that they will either reach final agreement or narrow any impasse by February 10th. Microsoft disagrees with the relief request requested in the motion. Pong, what do you get from that?
This is funny. Corporate on corporate violence. Gotta love it. I love this shit, man. This is where it gets good. This is popcorn eating time. This is kicking back, and I love this stuff. Listen, this is a fuck around and find out moment for Sony. Listen, you want to come in, try to cause problems. Microsoft high-priced attorneys are going to cause problems for you, and they are within every right to request this information, because Sony has flown Jim around to all the regulatory bodies, has sent all sorts of types of accusations out there about what this ABK deal will do to them. Back it up. Prove it. And that's what Microsoft's attorneys are saying. Go ahead. Send us all this documentation. Let's see where you truly stand and why you believe this. Your internal documents prove this. Okay, well, that's a conversation we'll have.
Make
But we don't
concessions.
think it does. We don't think it does. We think that you guys are overblowing your victimhood, your position that of weakness, saying that, oh, we need Call of Duty. Oh, this will devastate us. All this stuff they've thrown about. Now it's put up or shut up time. And Microsoft's going to make you work. Their attorneys are no joke. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't know if you read the part, Steele, I dipped away about the $2 million cost that Sony claims that this is going to incur. Guess what? Too bad. Too bad. You guys want the cause of this problem. You guys want to be the big vocal bad guy in all this, saying, nope, they can't have this, blah, 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 blah.
Then it should be light for you then.
Right. Right. Just consider this an investment into your argument. That's all this is.
You believe it, right?
Yeah, no, I love corp on corp violence. I love when these stuff gets down. Again, this is stuff we don't get to, this is why it's so fascinating and interesting to me, this whole process. And I know other people just hate it and it's boring and they just want it done and over with. And I get that side too. But to me, this is why, because we don't get to see this stuff ever. Again, even when smaller issues come up, we'll never hear about it like we are about this. But we're getting to see this live, about how it actually goes down when a $1 billion corporation is going up against a $1 trillion corporation and they're in a war. I love this. And I love to even see NVIDIA jumping into this as payback for Microsoft stopping the ARM deal. You know, that's why NVIDIA has now officially jumped into the objection side of things. Because they're just getting payback on Microsoft for causing them issues and not letting the ARM deal go through, right? So this stuff is just it's fun to me. I hope we get some details out of this. I know a lot of this now, we've seen a lot of public stuff. Now we're getting to the point where a lot of it won't be public. But if this actually does start going before judges and that kind of stuff, I think the witness list for this came out. Jim Ryan is a witness that's going to be called to testify. Phil is going to be testifying. Like, all sorts of people are going to be involved in this directly. We might get some leaks about this stuff. We saw, Microsoft's communication manager come out last week on Twitter at 12 a.m., midnight, or 1 o'clock in the morning, talking about the lies that Sony was spreading to the regulators about what was offered. So there is a lot of a public perception that they are trying to sway as well. So we might get some leaks about what actually is in some of this documentation. Again, asking them to go back to 2012. Again, I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the Call of Duty numbers that Sony has been putting out there and what it means to their business. So I'm sure that they're asking for that. But if Microsoft gets a hold of some Sony roadmaps, some of those Sony deals we know they've cut with some people too, hey, that's a benefit as well. I got some more ammo, right? So I think this is interesting. If all this turns out to be true, if this actually was this big of a request, I think it's hilarious. Again, these attorneys, these are $1 million attorneys, folks. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. So FTC's got a big battle coming up. We'll see how the EU, EC, and CMA turns out. We know that the the European regulators are turning over their objections. And now Microsoft is just waiting on the CMA's objections, and then they'll be able to give remedies to both of them. The EC and the CMA approve the remedies and agree that fixes their objections. Then they're going to turn around and offer to the FTC one time. This is my opinion from listening to everybody for Hogue before his medical issues and everybody else talking about this. They're going to issue the same remedies that the EC and the CMA hopefully approve to the FTC one time and say, here you go. Everybody else is on board. Your turn. If the FTC denies it, that's when I believe that Microsoft will close over the top of the FTC. They will close this deal. FTC will be forced to either shut up and take the remedies and walk away, or they will take it to federal court, which is where Microsoft believes they have a good chance at winning. They will force the FTC's hand at that point. So we're coming up to crunch time, folks. We're a few months away from really getting a good idea, because if the EEC and the CMA don't agree with the remedies and they move to block, that's when we may see Microsoft drop the acquisition, walk away. But we'll see. We're coming to a close, though. For all of you that want this done, we're months away at this point by the looks of things. So
Yeah.
we should get some.
We'll definitely find out. It
clarity.
seems like the first half of this year versus back half. So excuse me.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, we'll have a much clearer picture for sure in the first half. So
For sure.
coming up here.
So
April, I'm expecting.
that continues to get me excited because I do want to see how those things get to play off. And yes, it's just to see. It's interesting to see more information come out from behind the scenes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is the perfect opportunity for us to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Pong, before I move over, though, was there anything else that you would like to tell?
No, sir. We've covered it all, I think, going through my list. We did a great job today.
I think we definitely busted down. We had some deep conversations, talked about a lot of good gaming news, a lot of stuff that's happening in the industry, a lot of personal flair on there. We got the Gaming Circle podcast to file in right after their show. Shout out to you gentlemen again, our morning brothers, whether you're here or there with them. It's much appreciated. But if you are here right now, please hit that like button, share us out, and tell your grandma's friend that we're interested in. We need to turn in too. We got somebody in here that can swoon her, play some Pong with her. Ooh, now. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Again, this is where we go 30 years at least back into gaming history, so we can get and reminisce about where we came from to where we are today. One of the biggest reasons, and I will continue to say this because Everboard has kind of dropped it, and I don't know why, but I 100% believe in it. Gaming is art. It should be treated as such. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we do this Day in Gaming segment. So let's get into it. Let's make Pong feel old, or as he likes to try to fit me in that same conversation.
Yes, you are now old too, sir. Thank you.
And Pong, they're starting me off early this time around. So let's see if I can nail it. All right. So in 1994, we had Super Nintendo release Otu Hatsasu Rokudan no Shogi Dojo.
Is that hot sauce in there? Did I hear hot sauce in there?
No. I made a little bit of a mistake. So let me try again. Itu Hatsasu Rokudan no Shogi Dojo on Super Nintendo. And I'm probably still mutilating that, but I am trying to put some effort in there. That released in Japan in 90. Nice. Then in 94 in Japan, we had on Super Nintendo Olivia's Mystery.
Oh.
That's
a totally different type of title.
Her mystery.
That's that. Completely different from the first one you had.
Yeah, completely different. Why couldn't more of them be a little bit better? Then in 94, in Japan on Super Nintendo, you had Super Fire Pro Wrestling 3, easy type.
Cool game. Super Fire Pro Wrestling. I like them.
Then speaking of Armored Core, in 99 on PlayStation, you had Armored Core Master of Arena.
Nice.
Then in 99, in Japan, you had PlayStation release Cyber Daisen Raiku Shitsugeki Harukatai.
Yes.
Shout out to Cyber.
This list is already on fire. Let's go.
Then in 99 in Japan, PlayStation released Pocket Mumu.
I love how we go from one extremely long, completely Japanese title to just these simple ones.
Yeah.
Olivia's Mystery and Pocket Mumu. Okay.
For those who are
Pocket Mumu.
What is Pocket Mumu? Let's see what Pocket Mumu is. Pocket Mumu is
I know about Pocket Pool.
It's a malicious. It's supposed to be like Jumping Flash, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right, got it.
Apparently.
Okay.
Miscellaneous. It's supposed to be a miscellaneous game made by Exact. Publisher is SCEI. I haven't seen that in a while. Shout out to Jumping Flash. That's one of my greatest games ever. Yeah. I love Jumping Flash. 1 and 2, great games. That's like my PlayStation memories are probably filled with a lot of Jumping Flash. Now that probably think about it, that's probably my main proponent on it. Either way. Then in 2002,
Cliffy B's first game?
I think so, and that sounds about right.
I think that's Cliffy B's first game,
and it's probably why I fell in love with Gears of War, because of Jumping Flash. I don't
totally
know.
resembles each other.
Totally, same exact game, same concepts and all. Then in 2002, the Game Boy Advance released Columns Crown. Shout out to Columns Crown. Then in 2002, PC released Serious Sam: The Second Encounter. Back when Serious Sam was
I popped Serious Sam in it the other day again too. The latest one. They fixed the stutter in it. Yeah, but it's
so bad.
Yeah.
Not Doom.
it's fine. It's fine. It's not Doom.
Yeah. Then in 2002, Xbox released Reckless: The Yakuza Missions. Shout out to that game.
Reckless.
Then in 2005, PC released The Illuminati in 2005.
Ooh, they actually created the Illuminati?
Hey, shout out to the PC. Then in 2008, PC released Sins of Solar Empire.
Good game.
That. Then in 2009, Xbox 360 released R-Type Dimensions.
I always love R-Types. Yeah.
Then in 2010, on the PSP in Japan, they released God Eater. Not the God Eater.
God Eater was cool.
Then in 2010, Japan released on DS River City Super Sports Challenge.
Not River City Girls, huh?
No,
River City Girls is a cool beat 'em up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Two just came out.
Then in 2013, on Linux, Macintosh, and PC, you had Anodyne release. Anodyne, that made a little bit of a mark. Then in 2015, on Android, you had One Piece Treasure Cruise release.
Yeah, One Piece.
That's for the mobile games. Then in 2016, on Linux, Macintosh, and PC, you had Agatha Christie, The ABC Murders release.
Agatha Christie, you say?
Agatha Christie. Then in 2016, PC and PlayStation 4 released Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 4.
It seems like every week we have a Naruto.
It seems like it. It seems like, or some fighting game of that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Dragon Ball or Naruto. There's been a lot of them.
Then in 2016, the Wii U released Peg Solitaire.
Pegging? Solitary pegging?
Whatever they're down for. Wow. Then in 2016, Linux, Macintosh, and PC released XCOM 2. That's an XCOM fans. Midnight.
You know me, brother.
Right now.
For Axis, baby. Midnight Suns, by the way, folks, has a playable demo. You can go try out Midnight Suns for free right now. They announced that yesterday. So anybody who's been wondering what I've been raving about, it's there for you to go try. So go check it out.
Nice. Then in 2019, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Apex Legends. Got the Apex.
Yep.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch and PC released Blue Fire. Then in 2021, PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S released Werewolf of the Apocalypse: Earthblood.
Nice. I almost bought that on sale the other day.
Well, the game's all right. It's another one of those games. It's just a game-ass game.
It's a game. It's a game-ass game, but I like werewolves, so
I do too. Then in 2022, Dying Light 2 Stay Human released on PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series consoles. Shout out to Dying Light. It's actually also 50% off currently. For that game, it is well worth your dollar if you're into it.
Yep.
1,000%. Then in 2022, also on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4, you had Mag Lamb Lord.
Mag Lamb Lord.
It's supposedly a role-playing action RPG that only has a 67 on Metacritic.
Oof.
If you're into it.
We don't care about
rating. Could be a decent game. It's action adventure. Does it happen on Nintendo Switch? Who knows? It could have been a decent. That was your This Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. This is episode 90 of Living Splitscreen in the books. Hopefully you enjoyed the live gameplay that I brought to you guys from Black Desert Online. You'll probably get some more of this or some more of these other games that I'll end up playing because I will make sure to fit in Hogwarts and also Forspoken now that I have my code that is going through. I've been waiting on that since release. And that's been irritating me, but I've kind of ignored it because again, gotta let God work sometimes, or let the higher beings work their magic. Just let it happen. Again, it's not like we don't have things to play. But now that I am in the full rotation of BDO, I gotta be mindful about some other things that I play. So it's all about timing, man. If I got time to play, I will. Hopefully I can get a stream in for Hogwarts. That would be really dope to see also. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here, whether you're on the audio side of things or whether you're listening to us live. We appreciate you in every way, shape, and form. Please hit that like button and leave a comment afterwards if you can, or throughout the week if you can. Audio listeners, if you do the same thing, give us a rating. Let us know how we're doing, how you feel, whether you feel like we're ass or whether you feel like we could definitely do some things better. We love to hear the community's opinion, because how else will we grow if we do not listen to criticism? Again, I don't have to agree with it, and I can continue to do things the way that I like to do them, but criticism should be accepted in all forms, shapes, and sizes, as long as you're not making it personal attacks and that, because that makes no sense, at least to me personally. But with that said, you can find me, Steel Rain, every Saturday right here with Living Splitscreen. Again, a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry, the gaming universe, the gaming space. Also, if it makes it easy, you can just remember we are the place that take that RTS approach, that real-time strategy, pulling yourself out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together to build up that foundation, to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Also, we are the home of the ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective. Again, if you hear it anywhere else, you heard it here first. And there's some other things that we like to do here, but you guys get that throughout the show. So I will lead out with that. And with me, you can follow me. Steel Rain, the T is a 7, everywhere, man. I've streamlined everything down, so it'll be easily, every time that I say it, that's exactly what you could type in, and you'll find it. PlayStation, Xbox, PC, it doesn't matter where it's at, Nintendo Switch. I think the Switch is the only place that it's not really streamlined, because I just don't play in that ecosystem enough. In the way that I have different things set up, it's so much more convoluted than it should be, and I also didn't keep it consistent. But the easiest place, just type it in Google. You'll find all my information there also. Pong, our brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Man who is not Cyclops, brother. And again, episode 90 episodes, yes. Like you said, over 300 hours worth of content that we have done together, and I don't regret any single moment. Again, every Saturday, this gets me rejuvenated, gets me excited from a week. I'm sitting here debating whether I want to get on the bike, although it's kind of cold right now. I think I might just stay in and get some gaming in after I get some lunch in, because that's going to be the first order of business. But nonetheless, let the people know where they can find you. Again, much appreciated for you being here, and nothing but love, man. Get the people out.
Always love and respect to you, Steel, for everything you do behind the scenes for all 90 episodes plus that we've done this stuff together, and for continuing to show up each and every week with that live, raw, and uncut energy that we both enjoy so much here on Living Splitscreen. Thank you to the chat. Again, amazing conversations, amazing people showing up week in, week out for us as well. Continue to spread the love and the word out there about us if you are enjoying it. We see new people a lot coming in. We are still on mission 1K, so continue to help us there. Every piece of it, all your time that you give us just to listen to us and interact, or just to listen and lurk, or to listen to us in the future, it does not matter what you're doing. We appreciate each and every single one of you and all that you do give to being a part of this community. So thank you all for being here yet again on another great Saturday with us, myself and my brother from another Steel Rain, for Living Splitscreen episode 90. Nothing but the best out there, you guys. You know the drills. Xbox, Twitter, Pong Soul, same name, easy to find. Be there. Follow me. I'll follow you back. And then tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and I don't think we have a guest tonight. It's just going to be us three rocking and rolling through all this news this week. We're going to have some great chats. It's a chill environment over at the Shop Podcast. Join us, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Next week, Tuesday, it's the Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick. I know he's going to be listening to us later if he hasn't already dropped in here. listen, boom, 5 days a week. But Xbox Factory Podcast is special, not just because that's one of the first places I started when I started podcasting, but just because Boom does it right every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, always has a great panel, always has great conversations. Be there for that. Thursday nights, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM, two-man show unless we have a guest, but you're going to get the same type of kind of conversations, but with Mav's perspective thrown into it as well on Thursday nights. Fun Speculations is the channel. Of course, be there 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Great time over there as well. And then, of course, back at it on Fun Speculations channel for Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time every Friday night, where you just don't know what's going to happen there, man. You just don't know. We started late last night, had great conversations, got out of there early. We just kind of went whichever way we wanted to. So it was kind of fun. It's always fun there. But we had a great time last night doing that. So be there again, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time every Friday night. And then back here yet again next week for Living Splitscreen. Episode 91 will be live and in full effect.
Ooh.
So be there or be square. Set your alarms now. That way, when I remind you, you say, oh, Pong, I already got it done. I got you guys permanently in my alarms every Saturday. But I can't wait to talk to you all real soon. It's the golden age of gaming, people. Get out there, have a great rest of your weekend, whatever you're doing. Play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to you real soon tonight. So see you then. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, again, thank you for joining us on episode 90 of Living Splitscreen. You guys have a fantastic Saturday morning, or just have a great time when on whatever day you end up listening to this too. And stay safe out there. One thing that I will lead off with, and again, I like to do this because shout out to Boom for bringing us to community and also trying to help and put us on his back a little bit as far as getting us to 1K. But please do not expect for others to think the same way you think. Nobody was raised the same. Nobody feels the same. Nobody thinks the exact same way you do. With that being said, y'all be safe out there and much love. Peace!